Hui o Te Kaunihera o Rotorua. Welcome to our Infrastructure and Environment Committee meeting this morning. I'd like to remind people that this meeting is being live streamed. We'd like to welcome our wider InfraCore team and board members who have joined us this morning, and of course the public and media as well. Just a reminder, if people could please have your mobile phones turned on silent, and we will look to take a morning break about 11 a.m. I'd like to now invite Councillor Karen Barker to open our meeting with a karakia, please.
Tūtawa mai I runga, tūtawa mai I raro, tūtawa mai I roto, tūtawa mai I waho. Ki tau ai te mauritu, te Māori ora ki te katoa, haumie, huie, tai ki e.
Thank you, Councillor Barker. We have no apologies this morning. Are there any declarations of interest? Are there any urgent items not on the agenda? Yes, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can't in good conscience not say anything about this. I live in the Springfield-Otonga Road area, and there is a new pedestrian crossing being installed just off the roundabout. It's probably around about 10 metres off the main roundabout. Now, as we all know, that roundabout has state highway running right through it, being Old Taupo Road. And the volume of trucks that traverse that road is enormous. In my perspective, I can see a tragic accident occurring in that space, because it's very hard, being a person who drives through that at least 4 times a day, to watch and navigate everything else that's going on around you, and then be wary of someone stepping off the curb when you come round off the roundabout into Otonga Road. Now, the concern is that not only will cars have to bank up in that small space where they're able to stop, but that will lead to a log jam on the roundabout, and potentially those trucks who might not be paying attention could slam straight into the banked up cars. It's an issue that needs to be seriously looked at. It's not just me. I'm getting bombarded by residents saying, what on earth is going on here? So I do ask that some serious consideration be looked at. It's in my opinion, an accident waiting to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. So that isn't quite an urgent item, but we will get your issue looked into. Just to confirm, is your issue that the crossing is being put in place, or is your issue around safety while that is being put in place?
The issue is that it's in the wrong place. That is a poor decision. I can see something happening quite soon if we don't rectify it. And then this is not just my opinion.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your opinion on that, Councillor Patterson. I'm sure that there has been expert advice given into why that's there, and I'm very sure that the many families and school children that cross would like a safe crossing somewhere, but we will get that looked into to ensure that it is in the safest place possible. Thank you for raising that. Are there any urgent items not on the agenda? Any others? There do appear to be none, so we'll move into our agenda this morning. We start with our confirmation of the minutes. This is for the Infrastructure and Environment Committee meeting held on 5th of April on page 6. Can I have a mover and a seconder to confirm they are true and correct? Moved by Councillor Kai Fong, seconded by Councillor Wang. Were there any corrections for the minutes of the previous meeting? From page 6. There do appear to be none, so that has been moved and seconded. I would put that motion to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. It's carried. And we start with our staff reports. This morning we kick off with our InfraCore monitoring report for 7 months from the 31st to the 31st of January. We are on page 10, and I'd like to ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report. InfraCore monitoring report be received. I have that moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Barker. We put that to the vote to receive the report. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. And I'd now like to invite Emma Murray, our Chief Executive of InfraCore, and also John McRae, our Chair of InfraCore, to overview their report and I believe a presentation this morning as well. Cool. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Maureen. It feels like it's been, oh, that mic's very close, isn't it? Feels like it's been some time that we've been able to provide a report to you all, and it's always with pleasure that we were able to do that today. I'd also just like to acknowledge my fellow board members, Brent Wibley, and of course Jeff Rice up there, and our, you'll see we've got some of our staff members here as well, which is David and Stephen. So the last few months have been a bit like the weather. You know, we've had a bit of rain and a bit of turmoil and all the rest of it, and with that, of course, the weather in a lot of regards dictates what we have to do as an organisation and what our responses have to be to that. And of course, then the other overlay of climate has been, it's been a tough economic climate as well, which is also there in the background and creates a bit of a dark cloud as you know, any organisation in this current economy. But without any further to say at this stage, I'll hand over to Emma to take you through the actual operations.
Thank you, John. Tēnā koutou katoa. It's a real privilege to be here this morning. Hopefully I can work the slide deck. There we go. I thought I'd just start with a little bit of history about the CCO. So the CCO was established back in 2014-15, for those of you that weren't aware. The purpose at that time was obviously to support enhanced employment, training outcomes, development and growth, maintaining the ability of the council to control those key service attributes, encouraging commercial discipline and efficiency, and providing a mechanism for external investment. So at that time, the Castle Court Business Unit transitioned to that CCO. So during the course of business, a number of core services have been removed from the CCO, just to name two, so refuse and wastewater, as you're all aware. There was a change to service level agreements back in 2020, which introduced a per unit methodology, and normal uplifts during the normal commercial rates have not been applied. During the course of business, however, Infracore have always focused on efficiencies and commercial operating activities to ensure that we have a solid operating rhythm. So highlights from July 22 to March 23. First up is the realignment of our people and culture and safety and wellbeing teams. So this realignment was within the FTE of the original business units and the overhead aligned to that. The realignment was as a result of the business needs and the focus that is required in an operating environment. We were finalists in 3 awards at the Tompkins Wake Business Awards, including Employer of the Year, Workplace Safety, and Innovation and Technology. Now that last one's a real soft spot for me. As an operating business, being recognised in the technology space is absolutely fantastic. We run our business in a totally mobile environment, so all operators have mobile devices, and we're able to track time, materials, and everything on the go. So it's a real proud moment for me to say that we were actually finalists in that award. We currently have 23 people engaged in formal training in our business, and one that I would like to just highlight is Liam Selleck. So our business is extremely proud of Liam. He represented Infracore at a national level at the Wellington climbing competition, and he's one of our arborist apprentices. He came third in that competition. He was only 1 point behind first place, and it's an absolute honour to have somebody from Rotorua representing Infracore at that national level. So we're really proud of Liam and all others that are currently completing training through our business. We're currently rolling out an internal training program, which is being delivered in-house by our People and Culture team, specifically our Kaihotu People and Culture. So this internal training program is delivered through leadership excellence. So it's making sure that our managers and supervisors are really equipped to lead their teams into the future and lead their teams into what is required from our business. We've also refreshed our values, which has been driven by staff feedback. So the Infracore values of the future are that of one team, care, quality, and leading the way. Now these values were given to us from the people of Infracore, and I'm sure you can see as you walk around the beautiful gardens of our place that care and that quality is really second to none. Our financial audit was completed and signed off in December 2022. This was an unmodified opinion and was completed remotely by Audit New Zealand. And I'm really proud of our finance team that is able to do that based on the systems we have in place. Another highlight for Infracore is our wellbeing calendar. So this is a new initiative from our safety and wellbeing kaihotu. This wellbeing calendar aims to give the tools to support all Infracore staff in total wellbeing. As an operational business, health and safety is always number one, but this is the first time that we've really taken a look to that total wellbeing approach and seeing that health and safety is actually more than just physical health. Each month we have a toolbox talk that is for both our operational business, so things like manual handling, traffic control, but we also have a toolbox talk now that is for total wellbeing. The month of May, we're looking at workplace bullying and Pink Shirt Day. So on the 19th of May, Infracore will be celebrating this. So take a look. Obviously, we'll still be in PPE, so orange will be strong, but hopefully you'll see some of our people out there with a little ribbon or something pink to signify this within the business. Another safety highlight for Infracore over the course of business has been our critical risks. Now, this has been a huge piece of work by our business and really signals the importance of health and safety when you get to that operational team. So the idea of critical risks is so that each person in our business knows exactly what those things are that could seriously hurt you. So things like geothermal areas, live traffic, manual handling, and making sure all of our people have the skills to be able to navigate these on a day-to-day basis. Moving on to the challenges of the business, as John said, it's been much like the weather. Inflationary pressures are impacting our operational delivery. Fleet repairs, fuel, direct wages, materials and consumables, and all necessary contractors have had an impact on our financial position. There's been a time for the business to catch up on vacancies that we had from last year and additional pressure on the labour market, as I'm sure most businesses are feeling right now. Timing to onboard new employees in an operational business is also quite a bit of time to get them out in the field, getting PPE, making sure that they're equipped to do the job that they're here to do. That time taken too is important to note with our current collective agreement. We're constrained when it comes to notice periods. So within those notice periods, it's impossible to bring another on board in that time. So we do feel the pressure when we're 1, 2, 3 members down. I am happy to say though, in March alone, we were able to bring on 11 operational roles and our teams are now at full capacity. So you'll see orange fields out and strong and it's great to know that the calibre of staff we have coming through are really, really high quality. Additional revenue that we'd factored into our budget for the financial year has not eventuated as a result of these capacity drivers. So no people over the months of last year means no additional revenue for us. It's quite a simple equation. More people equals more money that we're able to generate. And finally, the unseasonable weather for the year has had a significant impact to our operational performance. I know that mowing was a hot topic at the end of last year, but I can say that each person in the business put their hands up to support. We had our leadership team out there, I was out on the weed whacker, and I hope that the community appreciates the time that really went in to try and get us back on track. I know we weren't the only city that felt that growth rate, and we are extremely disappointed with what the impact was to the community, but we did try our best to get back on track. Our financial performance I'll take as read from the report. So the current performance to March 23 is a net deficit of 561 and EBITDA of 258. So key increases include wages, fuel, equipment repairs, materials and consumables and contractors, and the inability to on-charge a number of these. Our key revenue drivers, so reduction in unit rate items, inability to tender for external contracts with our labour constraints, and uplifts below that of inflationary pressures. I'm happy to take any questions, but that's just an overview of the last 9 months. Right?
Yes. The one thing I just want to re-emphasise is the amount of effort going into culture of the organisation. You know, Emma touched on that, but it's really important to understand that, you know, and the history that Emma put in front of you gives you a bit of a lens as to why culture of the organisation's been very important. So Castle Corp came from a place that wasn't a high performing organisation in any regard. And it's really great to see that over the period of time, the 7.5 years that certainly I've been leading it, that there has been a significant change within the organisation and its ability to deliver. But also with that culture change, the impact that Stephen and the rest of the team and of course Emma's leadership to actually bring that organisation to what we want for the future is also a really important, capability that we need to ensure that the organisation's got the right sort of momentum, got the right sort of people doing the right sort of things, and has the right values in place that supports the city and supports the city's, beautification and where it wants to go in its longer term. So, we touch on it, but it's actually a really important part. We are a people organisation. And without that investment into people, we can't expect to get a different result. So that's where it's at. And we see that as a board as, a very important part of who we are. Other than that, thank you, Emma. Thanks for the report.
Thank you very much. And I think we'd all agree that our people are our greatest asset. Were there any questions this morning? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Great report, thank you very much. I was at the AGM just held prior to Christmas, and one of the key challenges you raised there was the amount of reactive work that you're having to do around the Fenton Street area due to, obviously, the housing situation with the motels, etc. Then you sent me a diagram which showed all the red dots with how many interventions you've had to actually commit your people to. How much of an impact did that actually have on being able to deliver the other services that you normally would?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. In terms of moving our people around, so obviously we flex as much as we can in terms of putting the people where the need is. And we obviously identified that Fenton Street is an extremely important area, so we moved our people accordingly. During that period too, obviously vacancies have an impact on that. So yes, it did take us behind in terms of some of those areas. We're still seeing the trolleys that we're removing. We do report that back to council in terms of how many are actually taken from the streets each month. So it's a lot of work, but it's work that's really necessary for the community. So we're happy to flex where we need to.
Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your report. I'm delighted to see that you're working hard on the culture of the organisation. I'm a little bit interested in that angle, so I'm glad you're focusing on that. I was a little intrigued that you have incorporated United Nations Sustainable Development Goals into your arrangement. What's the thinking behind that?
So the United Nations Sustainability Goals were in our Statement of Intent for the year starting 1st of July. So those goals really align quite nicely with that of the strategic priorities for Council. So really it's just us saying that we're aligning our way of operating, our way of delivering with that both of Council and obviously those sustainability goals. So providing employment opportunities, making sure that we're operating in a way that it provides ways for people to move through the organisation. And really just giving a place that people can be really proud of to work.
Are you familiar with the terminology woke?
Point of order, Madam Chair, language.
Sorry, what's the point of your question, Councillor Lee?
I know the word can be a pejorative in some circles. I don't think it's a pejorative in all circles, is it? It's is it a fair description of the new culture? I'm
happy to talk to the culture of Infracore. Sure. So we've really taken people on a journey, and I think those values really signal that. So previously the values were set probably, was it 5, 6 years ago, maybe even prior to that. I think in terms of the Infracore of the future, that one team, care, quality and leading the way in everything we do is key. I wouldn't say that it's woke. I'd say that we have signalled to our business that we are commercial, we are capable, and we deliver real quality to this community.
Mm-hmm. I'd imagine some in the community, perhaps some of your staff, might be a little uncomfortable with some of those initiatives. Pink Shirt Day, for example. What's been have you had any pushback from staff with this?
Are you talking about the values, sorry, Councillor Lee?
Yeah, the realignment of people and culture with your internal training program.
We've had a fantastic uptake from the training. So one of the things we've rolled out is something called a one key focus. So this is a catch-up that every single person in our business is having with their manager on a monthly basis. Steve Pinder, our manager of people and culture, has been the person rolling this out internally. This really gives our people an opportunity to say what they've done really well over the last month, what they'd like to work on for the month coming, and really just provides a structure so that people can see that they've got their goals and they're ticking those off over a period of time. The feedback has been fantastic. Our managers and supervisors are really appreciating the support, and I think that the Infracore of the future will really benefit from having those one key focus conversations.
You haven't had any staff leave or anything over these kind of issues, or this change? Because sometimes change is upsetting for staff. It's difficult to work through change sometimes.
I think, like every business, we have turnover. Infracore has always had a really high turnover. You would have seen that in the KPIs at the back of the report. We've been working really hard to ensure that everybody that leaves our business has an exit interview, and the feedback from that exit interview actually feeds into our operations. So anything that is said in those meetings comes back to me. I read every single one, and we make sure that we act on those if there's anything that is disturbing or upsetting in those interviews. I think for an operational business, it's important to understand the market is much different to that of a professional organisation. The rates out there are competitive, and the labour rates are really competitive. So we can't compete when people are offered sort of $5, $10 an hour more, and we just wish people all the best. And we know that that their grounding at Infracore will really see them strong in whatever they choose to do in the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Councillor Maxwell, followed by Councillor Waru, Brown, and then O'Brien. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kia ora whānau. I was at the Business Awards last time and felt very proud when we were the only entity that was a finalist in all three categories, so congratulations on that part. Each time you've given us reports on that there, I've always been interested in those employment partnerships, and that one we had with the Department of Corrections and we being able to take on 5 staff from there. The question I have is the other contract that was with Wera, is that a different one altogether and 4 other people that have been employed there? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Yes, that is a different employment pathways program we have in the business. There's no liability to Infracore to take any people on through that program. So essentially we run a 2-week program getting people work ready. So what they do over that 2-week period is follow the teams around, and they get a little taste of the different teams we have in the business. And at the end of that 2-week period, if they indicate that they'd like a role, and if we have a vacancy, they go into that pool to then go through the same recruitment process as anyone else. What's really fantastic about that program is they're able to take a taste of what it's like to work at Infracore. They're treated like a normal employee during that time. So, up at whatever time the team starts, they're there as well. So it really gives a good opportunity to just taste the business, and vice versa. We can see what the person is like too.
Just pick up on your point about the business awards. That's a reflection of an organisation from board right down through the team, that we're all very proud of the organisation, and we've got a degree of confidence that's sort of saying, hey, we're keen to get in and show ourselves in the public that we're good, and that we can actually match it up with the rest of the other organisations that are in that sort of market. So for us, it was an important part to sort of step up and sort of say, hey, we're here, we're an organisation that we believe in, it's an organisation that we've got confidence in.
Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te manukura, hachira, mōrena, tātou katoa. Emma, John, kanui te mihi. just actually, I te tautoko ngā kōrero taku pāpā nei, around the awards that you got there, and the finalists, been finalists in those awards. Long time coming, but it's all about culture. How you, it's the heart of any operation, really. So that's where my question is leading to, around the operations and the internal, I suppose, some of those initiatives that are happening internally. I know you talked about them, but it would be good if you can give us a couple of examples of what that looks like, please.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. Absolutely. So one of the things that I've made sure, even during this whole time actually, but especially as CEO, is transparency. So something we do on a quarterly basis is the quarterly State of the Nation. We bring all of our people into a room and we share everything that's going on in the business. Often we'll have a board representative there and they share as well from their perspective. So that's just one. We also have a newsletter that we post on a monthly basis. So this includes new faces around Infracore. It includes what's going on. I put a little note in each time to say what's going there. We've also got Microsoft Teams, so our entire business is on Microsoft Teams. We have groups, we have a full team as well, so as people are out and about, they share photos of what they're doing, people comment and react on them and say, you know, great work. So we're really just trying to bring the business back together. It's difficult. We have lots of different channels in terms of the work that we provide, so actually bringing people together is really important and builds that culture within.
Well, there's the kōrero ne, how te mea nui tēnei au, he tangata, so lovely to hear that kōrero. Thank you, Emma. Kia ora.
Councillor Brown, followed by Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is really for Councillor Lee's benefit, really, and recognise your contribution to the organisation, and I can speak firsthand to the power of a good corporate culture. And I must say yours almost mirrors mine. We have, don't be that guy, but you know, what you've got there is really powerful and a point of difference. So congratulations to both of you and to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through the Chair. Good morning, Emma. Good morning, John. Thank you both very much for your presentation. Could I just clarify, in the operations area, how many vacancies approximately do you have?
At present?
Yes.
3.
Great, okay. Can I just ask, so in one of your slides here, sorry, I can't see which page number it's on, there's a part of the key revenue drivers is an inability to tender for external contracts with labour constraints. So we've got those fairly under control from what you're saying here. So I take it that that's something for the future you'll be looking to search for possible contracts? If I'm to take this how it's written. Thank you.
I think in terms of the Infracore position, so obviously our statement of intent, our draft statement of intent will be reviewed by this table. Depending on the outcome of that will depend on the focus and delivery of Infracore. So yeah, we're open to suggestions, we're open to feedback from that statement of intent.
Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just go to I'm looking at page 18 of our report, which is actually around the performance measures, because the only thing that Council has to monitor your performance is based on the current statement of intent and the measures that have been agreed. So in that there are 10 measures that are to be reported on, of which 4 are green on track, 3 are not measured, 2 have measures in place, and so I'd really like to concentrate on the ones where there is no measurement or where we're not on track. So there are a couple of items where you are now saying that because you have decided that you are not measuring them and these KPIs are now on hold. So could you talk as to why you are not monitoring or not providing feedback on those areas? So items number 2, which is to work in partnership to grow commercial sustainable work streams, the consolidated KPI scoring on parks and open spaces, and the partnership with Tiara, which you said is currently on hold.
Do one at a time if that's all right. So the first one was just in relation to seeking external revenue. I think Emma pointed out that during the last period of time, we just haven't had the capacity to even meet our RLC requirements. So we've had a shortage of staff like I think every organisation has had, and we were no different. Where we're at now is quite a different place when we've only got 3 vacancies, so that's changed the metric quite significantly. There's also a request through discussions for the SOI that our priority be on RLC delivery, and I think that was probably a reflection of the point and time. But you know, we're growing up organisations. I think we can actually think about that a little bit more and think about the opportunity to, once we've got, you know, capability, and that we can actually seek external revenue sources again. I think we've learned a lot over the last 7.5 years how to do that and what we should do to make sure that we've got the risks and the remuneration in check so that they're commensurate of each other. But, you know, right now, or for the last 7 months, you know, the priority is actually being, given the weather patterns and everything else and the constraints and labour constraints, is really just sort of focusing on our key client, which is actually RLC and the delivery of against that. What was the next one?
Second one was the consolidated KPI scoring for the parks and open spaces. So there was a measure of which was supposed to be 83%, and the report says you're now not measuring it.
So in terms of the official KPI scores, obviously both organisations have had vacancies in place. We do work really closely with the RLC representatives for the Parks and Open Spaces contract. We're currently actually working on what their future looks like in terms of that delivery space and how the organisations can work closer together to meet the outcomes of the community. So we had a meeting yesterday, and I really look forward to continuing those conversations in what the contract could look like to deliver what the community expects. It's really just a formal scoring metric, so basically it's audits that are completed, and obviously the narrative in the report talked to us having an understanding that there have been areas that have been let down by Infracore, and we absolutely acknowledge that, and the mowing was a good example. So while it's not formally measured, we do acknowledge that there are gaps in the performance.
And your last one was the partnership with Te Aroha contributing to the Te Aroha Vision 2050 through collaboration. You said that that's currently a measure that should have 2 entities, as the performance measure is now on hold as well.
I think that just echoes John's discussion around the growth piece. So while we always welcome opportunities to work with Te Aroha, we're not actively seeking those based on our current capacity levels, but definitely open to opportunities where we can collaborate, where we can work.
I think it's something that is not forgotten, of course, because we've actually got board members who have got very close linkages within Te Aroha. We as individuals have close linkages within Te Aroha, and of course, you know, the door is always open for the conversation. I think the last 7 months has been a bit of a turmoil season, so the focus quite rightly has been on delivery.
One further question, Chair. Just in relation to the performance measure, which was to 31 January, which is around the financial performance to achieve financial budget. So in the figures that you've provided, you've said that that's been a profit in relation to core operations with revenue received from the council, but the underperformance is in relation to nursery revenue, project revenue and other revenue. So can you just talk a bit more about why those are underperforming and what's been done to rectify those?
In terms of our financial performance, throughout the history of Infracore, the external contracts that are tendered have always supplemented the revenue from Rotorua Lakes Council. So without those revenue contracts in place, the underperformance is based on core delivery. So while the revenue lines you see, our budget is based on the funding parcel we receive from Rotorua Lakes Council, but the operational delivery is quite a different story. I'm more than happy to share any details to councillors as you may see fit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and we do appreciate that over the years you have come to run a very lean organisation, so certainly the challenges, the few challenges that you've highlighted, we can certainly understand would have had a significant impact on that bottom line. We have a question from Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora, Emma and John. Thank you for the presentation, and I just had 2 quick questions. My first one was just around, a while ago the government announced package, and it was a year or at least a couple of years ago, of just over 1 million to support 25 roles with Infracore, and I know that was just fixed term, but when that funding ended, are you able to talk about were some of those roles absorbed with Infracore, or?
So many of the roles were. I'd be able to get the numbers for you. It was a wee while ago, but yes, the roles within Infracore, many did stay on. Same with our contracts with corrections and MSD. It's no different. It's business as usual. It's just part of our operating rhythm now. So the channels in which people come through our business, everybody is treated exactly the same, and I think that's a really key part of those contracts.
Thank you. And you've just touched on my second question, which was, are you able to talk a little bit more, I guess, just for the knowledge of all the councillors, around the work that you do, the contracts that you have with corrections and the social development side of things, and also touching on the training aspect a little bit more as well?
Absolutely. So our memorandum of understanding with corrections, there are no deliverables from our side. So really the understanding we have with corrections is we receive candidates, and those candidates come to myself and the senior leadership team. They then go through the same interview process as any other person and join our business. I think it's really important that the mana of the person remains with them. It's their story to tell. If they choose to tell their team, that's entirely up to them. But we do make sure we keep it very close, which is important to make sure that people feel welcomed into the business, and I think it's working fantastically. Some of our top employees have come through those channels, and it's really a great pipeline for us, especially given the labour constraints. All people within our business, we try and provide training. It's quite different in the operational space, so training could literally just be competencies on diggers or weed eaters or whatever that looks like. So anything that that person is wanting to do or needing to do, we make sure that the training is there, mostly delivered in-house.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Infracore? There appear to be. Well, thank you very much, Emma, and thank you, John, and we do thank your wider team and over the past few months, but also want to acknowledge the fact that even with those the onboarding of 11 operational roles in March alone, the fact that you are out there yourself getting the work done shows that you guys are doing the best that you can within the many challenges that we all face. So we thank you very much for your work, and we thank you for your presentation this morning. Move to our organic waste collection consultation.
To continue to work with her as a partner in our collective responsibilities. For today, she continues to be a stateless Rotorua Lakes Council employee. Madam Chair, with your permission, before I start my presentation on organic waste collection, could I please take a minute to address Councillor Patterson's our concerns? I know it's outside the report, but context of the speed management plan proposed later on, I think it will be very useful and to provide elected members comfort that interventions related to safety improvements on our roads, such as the works on Lower Otonga roads, are always subject to site safety assessment by competent staff. They need to comply with the relevant standards. They do seek and consider community feedback on a particular intervention, and this is in this case again. We need always, and we do consider the risk to the most vulnerable parts of our community, which are pedestrians, especially kids walking to and from school and to the shops in that particular area, and also the relevant driver's duties to be aware of navigating through busy intersections, and their responsibilities, to be aware of their environment they operate through that. But having said that, more than happy to talk to Councillor Patterson individually in more detail if it needs to be, and we'll take it from there. Thank you very much. Organic waste collection. Again, I'll go briefly through our presentation. This is not a new subject. It is a subject that we've been working through for a considerable amount of time, for the last 2-3 years. It is consistent with our overall waste minimization and management plan. What is happening in our community, you can see from these graphs there, the waste we generate in our households continues to increase in steady form for the last few years, and both at the household level and also at the per capita waste generation. The relevant national policy statements and waste management and minimization acts very soon will require aspects to be taken into consideration, such as mandatory food scraps collection and obviously consideration for green waste collection. So in anticipation of that move, which has been on the cards for the last few years, our strategy anticipated that at some point in time we'll have to go and seek community feedback and plan the implementation of additional measures to minimize the waste we generate and ends up into the landfill. A couple of financial drivers that are persistent and continue to escalate. We've got the emissions trading scheme, the credits, and also the waste minimization levies, which are both government taxations. You can see from these graphs there, they continue to increase exponentially over the last few years. And for councillors and the community's knowledge, for the average landfilling costs per tonnage that ends up in the landfill at the moment, some 60% of those costs now, they represent taxation. It is not operational costs. As you can see from these figures down there, those challenges continue to be imposed by national policy statements and by the government objectives, and obviously that informs part of our business case in terms of financial considerations before we consider alternatives to what we can do. Again, the assessment of our organic waste in our bins, I have said it before and I will say it again, over the last few years, Rotorua Lakes Council, especially since 2016, out of about 30,000 tons of waste, municipal waste to generate, at the moment we divert to beneficial use some 50% of them. Our biosolids and recycling and other forms of recovery materials ensures that 50% of the waste to generate goes to beneficial use. The remaining 50% goes into our red bins in our households, comprises that pie chart in front of you, which clearly indicates through audits that about 55% of that is material that could be further recovered and used to beneficial use. If we do achieve that, it means that by the end of this process, we will be able to recover, repurpose for beneficial use almost 75% of all the municipal waste we generate, and I think that will be one of the exceptional outcomes at the national level. Again, this is just briefly to say that the environmental impact of creating waste, especially containing organic material, creates a significant environmental effect. And for our Rotorua district, waste and the waste decomposition and the waste disposal is responsible for about 4% of our greenhouse gas emissions. Again, the pie chart there, just to refresh our minds that out of all the environmental emissions that contributes to greenhouse gas effects, the waste represents 4%, transportation about 33%, and of course we've got a number of other initiatives trying to address that, agriculture about 52%, and therefore this is an incremental process to ensure a collective impact towards environmentally beneficial outcomes. Now, the organic waste is not something that it is or should be considered to be a reject product. The organic waste can be used to generate energy and can be used to be injected into our land for beneficial use. And again, these are just simple explanations that it contains energy redundancy in it, and also it contains nitrogen and nutrients that can go into the land, and if unrecovered, they have a detrimental effect eventually in our leachates, in our wastewater treatment plants and processes. In rough water, what we envisage with these consultations we had and the proposals is a collection from individual households, a transportation to be taken either for composting or to create other beneficial uses from there too. And the intention of the consultation and the procurement process we go forward is to ensure that all those stages in managing organic diversion are going to be undertaken by the market, by the sector, at the lowest possible cost to the community. Again, there are possible options. We can convert it to biogas and energy or electricity. And again, there are a variety of methods, and there are existing processes within the Rotorua district that can ensure that is achieved. Also, we can be diverted for application back into the land and basically returning nutrients back into the land where it's been taken in the first place. Now, we are not entirely prejudiced in any of these options, and that is why we go to the procurement process and seek inputs from the sector to find out what is the best outcome for this material, which at the end of the day comprises somewhere in the region of about 8,000 tons of organic waste each year, and that is a resource, and the resource can be recovered, and the question is that in what beneficial use it can be put at the best possible cost for the community. The consultation went out to the community, and over a period of time we explored a number of options, and you can see it in front of you, they're in the report, but clearly the feedback from the community indicates that mixed food and green, or what we call FOGO, is the most preferred option. It contains the highest possibility of recovery of materials and creates opportunity to create a composting and reapplication to the land. But again, that is the community's feedback that FOGO is one of the preferred options to be considered. Again, we have, in consulting with the community and reporting to the council at earlier stages, we have provided a number of options analysis, and this is basically to indicate that in considering the various options, the highest diversion can be achieved by what we call food or organic separate foods component separate from green waste, or a combination of them, and they will achieve 55% diversion from what goes into landfilling at this point in time. There are consequences of that. Obviously, we would like to ensure that if we offer incentives for people to divert organic green waste and organic waste, then the natural connotation of that, if you reduce 50% of what goes into your red bin, you create more capacity in your red bin, and therefore you don't need to collect the red bins on a weekly basis. Again, we've put together some information related to the possible cost and the potential cost for that, and again, that informed the basis of our consultation with the community. And again, the consultation results is in front of you. Again, in rough order term, about the vast majority of people are supportive of the organic and green waste diversion. And again, from those who are supportive of that, the vast majority of people seem to be comfortable and supportive of trading off the collection frequency for the waste bins from weekly to fortnightly. Although some of them said they're willing to pay a bit of extra to maintain weekly connection of waste bins too. But in terms of percentages, as you see there, 71%, quite happy with the fortnightly collection, but 29% they expressed the view that if we had to pay a bit of extra to the weekly collection, we're happy to do so. Again, we have constructed a business case model of financial indicators as best as we could have it, and informed by an expression of interest, we went out to the sector last year, and we have constructed some baseline cases which indicates that a targeted rate increase to achieve a food and organic diversion could range between $50 and $80 on the highest in a case scenario, and therefore we assume that the best case scenario is somewhere in the region of $52 plus or minus. However, in like all of these cases, you can only know the exact offer from the market only when you go to the market and ask the market to price it. And obviously, we want to minimize the risk to the ratepayer eventually, and we want the market to take the responsibility of providing the collection service, the bins, the diversion, the processing, and eventually the beneficial application. And therefore, that is the intention of listening to the community, hearing their views, hearing their preferences. We're now seeking to get your permission to engage into an engagement, a procurement process that will result in more tangible and robust financial indications to report back to you. So therefore, you can consider again and include in your LTP for the 24-34 financial year, potentially if the results are beneficial or they are to your satisfaction and the community's satisfaction. Obviously, the process can be started from July to 24. Just a quick indication about relative costs. Some of us have green waste collection services applied to our properties at the moment. For the average collection service that happens fortnightly, we pay somewhere in the region of $290 per year. So what this proposal says, if this financial scenario and assessment is relatively correct, the same service can be achieved with somewhere in the region of $50 to $55 per year. So it seems to be a good investment by the community, but again, the procurement process will highlight with more clarity what the market is prepared to offer, and therefore we're seeking your permission and your support to start the procurement process and report back to you once we have the outcomes of that for consideration your LTP processes for next in the next period. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any questions on the presentation? Yes, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Worship. Just looking at the option 1, page 22, Council, there was a line in there that caught my attention. Council will face the full impact of changes in landfill levy and emissions and the emissions trading scheme. And then on page 25, I think you touched on it in the presentation, it says the cost to the ratepayer will be between 46 to 58 per year, which is about 1.3 million or around about a 1% to the rate increase for the 2024-25 year. So what's the difference between if we chose to do nothing and the government said, well, we're going to hit you with this levy? What's the difference in cost? The landfill levy, what does that cost us?
If we do nothing, we expect that cost per household per year will increase by about $17 for option 1 or $43 for option 2.
But
just because of the emissions.
So, okay, so that's the government levy that it would, by doing nothing, and that of course would have an adverse effect on the environment. That's going to cost us $17 per year per household. Okay, thank you. And the next one is on page 24. Most bin management issues and other operating challenges can be minimised via education and awareness campaigns. But aren't we in the annual plan considering cutting our waste education? So how can we do both?
Thank you for bringing that up, Councillor. Yes, I hope that this actually speaks for itself.
Just I wanted to add, to that too. When you go into a procurement process and you seek a partner to deliver a service, you will also expect the partner to provide the appropriate information to the users of processes to maximize the effectiveness of the receptacles that they will be provided for. So it's not a zero-sum game which says, well, if we reduce our waste minimization education programs, we'll have no one to talk to the people. If this process goes ahead, the expectation is going to be a transition, and obviously our existing staff will be engaged in different kind of information campaigns, at least for the transition period, until people get accustomed to and used to the new processes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Lee, followed by Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Transforming recycling. So you've, Duan, I think you said you'd done this piece of work, this consultation, in the anticipation of changes by the government to the emissions trading scheme, and so this is a preemptive bit of work. We're not being compelled to do this at this stage by central government, right?
In response, Councillor Lee, we will soon, once the Waste Minimisation Act is updated, and that's happening right at this moment, we will then be mandated.
Is that anticipated to be done this before the election?
It's happening right at this moment, but I don't think the legislation is supposed to go through until the beginning of next year.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question around the processing. So in that slide you had collections. So the option was FOGO, so mixed green waste and food waste. And then the second one was around processing, the need to set up or partner with facilities to recover the resource from the organic waste. And then there were two possible disposal options, but both of them, you couldn't have both the green waste and the food waste together. So the first one I think said anaerobic, which was unsuitable for garden waste, and the other one was unsuitable for the food waste. So how would we, once we've collected it, then what do we do with it, or is it not our problem? Is it up to the collection agency that has the contract?
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Kaifong. Yes, the purpose of that led to our calling for an expression of interest last year is because we got information from the markets as to their ability to actually manage commingled food waste and green waste and to do their own separation. Again, the expectation from that expression of interest is that the market itself has the ability to do their own separation. Once they receive the commingled material, they can do their own separation to maximize the effectiveness of that repurposing of green and food organic wastes. We will not get involved in that. We will let the sector do that separation. And the sector told us clearly that they are able to manage a bin that contains both green waste and food waste, and they can do their own separation.
Okay, thank you. So there was no necessity for us to consider a set-up of facilities, which was in that slide, so there's no additional cost other than the cost of collection.
Councillor Kaifong, those are just examples of the way in which the organic waste could be dealt with. There are various other ways that it could be done through vermicomposting, hot waste composting. So there are ways that potentially the right provider of that service could deal with all of it in one.
Oh, I think, sorry, I was just getting at the point that there's no additional cost to us to actually have to pay to set up facilities or to enter into partnerships. So it's really just the question for us is around the cost for the collection, not about what we do with it.
That's correct.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te manukura, o tira Stavros. Kōrua, thank you for your report. I remember talking about this kind of thing quite some time ago, and I think the question I asked then is the question I'm going to ask now, is has the possibility or the opportunity rather been explored around somehow creating a bit of an industry or some kind of commercial outcome from the organic waste? I think it was Regan some years ago who, and you know what I'm talking about there, Stavros. So has there been any more exploration, I suppose, of that kind of idea?
Thank you, Councillor Waro. Yes, the expression of interest canvassed all those options, and especially with regards to setting a processing facility here in Rotorua. And we've got Rotorua, for example, who's doing something similar. And of course, we believe that when we get tenders, or offers for this work, we will give preference to a local economic impacts, which people can say, well, we've got facilities in the district, we can employ extra people, we can contribute to the local economy, we give them more preference to someone who's going to do it outside the district. And that's the whole point of the procurement process, to screen and sieve and identify the most economically viable options at the local level, and as Councillor Kaifong said earlier, with the least possible cost to the ratepayer.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that, and really look forward to how that's going to come about. Ami, kia ora kōrua.
Thank you. I did have a quick question myself. My only concern around this is just understanding that some families, especially households that are overcrowded, will use the maximum capacity of the red bins. So what opportunities are available for those families who do need as much, who do need the weekly collection, in terms of ensuring that they have either more bins or a larger bin for their inevitable landfill rubbish requirements?
Thank you, Your Worship. At this stage, we have discussed being able to provide bigger bins for people who genuinely cannot accommodate their waste in a smaller bin, but there would be likely a cost attached to that.
Yeah, just pause what Nikki said. Remember, the current bin collection is 120 litres, 140 litres, 220 litres for waste collection. That will be an opportunity for people who want to have a bigger bin, a 240 litre bin. But we need to ask the markets as part of our procurement process what would cost, to do something like that.
Thank you, and I do want to acknowledge that in the consultation it did come back that the majority of respondents did support the fortnightly rubbish collection as well. And just my final question, because I don't think many people in Rotorua are aware that the landfill has been closed now and capped. What year was that closed, and can you just confirm where our rubbish goes? Any of the landfill?
Our landfill has been acting like a transfer station since late 2017, early 2018, and the waste at the moment goes to Tirohia landfill. But again, in the regional context, whatever we generate here, it contributes to the regional environmental adverse effects, and that's why this government legislation would makes green waste and organic waste diversion mandatory in order to get funding from the waste minimization levy. Becomes regional based or agnostic about whether waste is generated. It's about managing that waste effects.
Thank you, and I think there's no doubt that waste minimisation is the best approach, not only environmentally but economically, as we do face significant increases in charges, in particular the anticipated $1 million extra per year of the landfill levy. So I do support moving to the FOGO collection option. We have a final question from Councillor Patterson. If you have any other questions, please let me know or we'll move on.
Thank you for your indulgence, Your Worship. So just a quick question. In here it mentions the number of people in our community who already run their own composting They have their own worm farms, they do their own gardens. There are even marakai who use their garden waste and food waste. Are they going to be compulsorily told you have to be part of this, or can they opt out?
Councillor Patterson, that's a decision, it's a policy decision you have to make. I think in applying a municipal service, by necessity, there are variations to that. When we get the final stages of the procurement process and we have the detailed market offer to achieve the objectives we want to do, we'll discuss again with you in due course and say if you want to apply some variation to that, that's fine, but we have an obligation to give you the financial consequences of that. But we're not at that point. I have got personal views about it, but at the end of the day, it's a policy decision that you have to make at that point in time.
Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. Stavros, Nikki, well, sorry to lose you. This is for the urban environment, it's not for the rural sector? Yeah, just wanted to get that clear.
Councillor Brown, just in the first instance anyway, yeah.
Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. Were there any further questions? There appear to be none. May I please have a mover and a seconder, and then we will open up for any discussion if there is any. Mover and a seconder for the motions that the committee endorse a food organics, green organics collection, otherwise known as FOGO, with fortnightly collection of rubbish as the preferred option, and that the committee approves officers to prepare procurement and implementations plans to enable the rollout of a FOGO waste collection service. That's moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Brown. I would like to invite a round of discussion or comments if there are any. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. Speaking personally for a brief moment, we have chickens, we have a compost, so we as a household have no particular interest in this activity. One of the things that I've learned about central government since I've was elected last year, and about the Bay of Plenty Regional Council for that matter, is they impose their views, their will, upon councils, our council, and the net result is that the ratepayers are required to pay more because the council is required to do more. In this particular case, we seem to be ahead of the curve, and at this point in time, central government are not imposing their will upon us and requiring us to do this. They're not as yet putting a financial disincentive in place to make it cost effective. The worst thing about central government doing these sorts of things is that they don't pay for what they want done, and it's the poor old ratepayer who has to pay for these things. So, as Councillor Patterson rightly pointed out, the cost of the FOGO option would be greater than a 1% increase to the rates of every ratepayer in Rotorua. I take the view that that is a luxury that the ratepayers of Rotorua can't afford at this time. There is an argument to be made that perhaps the ratepayers of Rotorua could be better educated about using a compost, and that's a fair argument, I think, and that's relevant in terms of the annual plan and whether or not we cull that funding. But yeah, in the interests of keeping the rates as low as possible for the people, I don't think this is a premier service that is necessary at this time under this economy, so I won't be supporting it. I'll be supporting the business as usual option.
Thank you. Any other comments? We'll go Councillor Brown and Councillor Wang. As the mover, you do have the right of reply at the end if you wish.
Thank you, Your Worship. While I take on board Councillor Lee's excellent observations, I think this is something that needs to be done irrelevant of the legislation that's coming down the pipe. We are going to face increased costs. We can't live on a planet and keep doing what we're doing. So it's the right thing to do. We can't put it in the landfill and have the emissions that come from it. We need to do it better. So I'm supporting it. I think it's the right thing to do. And if we're not going to do it now, when are we going to do it? So I fully support the motion and think, you know, it's a good plan, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Kiriopa.
Kia ora, likewise, I support it. I'd just like to say, I know that Ngāti Whakaue tribal lands put a lot of time and energy into discussions early on about potentially partnering towards this, and at the time, Lakes Council just didn't have the information required to see that through, and I just want to highlight that tribal lands, it was Assets Trust, Ngāti Whakaue Assets Trust, ended up feeling like it had been a waste of their time. So I'm hoping that that maybe that can be relooked at when you start putting information out there for partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any further comments? Just before I give to Councillor Wang to conclude, I do want to acknowledge the significant amount of work and research that has gone into ensuring the best result and, of course, the best consultation with the community. I do also want to put into perspective that if we were to all take all of the rubbish that we have ever accumulated over a lifetime and put it in our backyards, it would be a rather scary sight, and we wouldn't be happy with having it in our backyard. So the fact that our landfill has been full for a number of years, we are sending any rubbish that we create here in Rotorua to somebody else's backyard is not only unpalatable but unresponsible. So it is timely that we're looking at not only reducing the waste that we create, but also looking at how we can support better outcomes for the environment. This FOGO initiative not only reduces waste to landfill, but it also reduces some of the most harmful emissions that are going up into the sky, into our environment, which have been causing significant issues already. So I can see not only significant environmental, but also economic benefits from this, because we only need to look in Rotorua where there's eco-gas to understand that from the circular economy of taking our waste and being able to use it for something else does create jobs, it does create an income, and it actually creates a better future for Rotorua. So I'm really looking forward to having this roll out in our community. I do want to thank the community for the consultation and for supporting this initiative as well. And lastly, do want to remind any families that may be nervous that we're moving to fortnightly for the red bins, that we can provide other options for them at cost as well. So we do have one final comment from Councillor Waru, and then Councillor Maxwell, and then we'll go to Councillor Wang.
Kia ora, te marukura. Thank you for your indulgence. I know you said I'm going to wrap it up before, but then you inspired me to say something, so I'm going to say something. E tautoko ana i te kaupapa nei. And just saying that along the lines of, actually of what Councillor Lee said, you know, he's right. And what he said around local government being dictated around how we should do things, and often we carry the can for it. But in saying that too, that's why we're doing this, because we're leading it out ourselves. We're doing the right thing. He pai tērā kia, because, as you said, I hate the fact that we now take our rubbish elsewhere for others to deal with. It's a global thing. Everyone happens, you know, everyone thinks their plastic bottles just end up magically in the kore rubbish world where nothing happens, but, you know, ends up in Malaysia and all that stuff. And I think we've got to be a bit more responsible around that kind of stuff. So I'll be supporting the kaupapa. And also I just want to encourage council not just to wait for tenders to come in that have these things there, but rather there might be some opportunities to better work with some people out there that are willing to work together with council to get something going, as you mentioned, your worship, around creating a better economy, employment opportunities and everything, because wastewater and our waste isn't going away, never will. That's the way we live in this world. So I think if we can make something of it and turn it into a positive, hey, mo te pai ngā tūtera. So koina noho waku kōrero I tēnei wā, kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Waru. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Stavros. I recall this presentation was done for us a couple of years back, and it was a long, thorough presentation, about half a day, if I recall. And so I was pleased that we were going to go out to the community, get a feel. And the one that surprised me the most, I didn't think it'd get over the line, was the fortnightly collection. But reading the report, I was really surprised. 71% or something went for the fortnightly one. So it's helped me sort of continue. I do support the recommendations that are here, and I'll be supporting it. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I kind of echo everybody's sentiments here. One thing that has concerned me, and I will say it again, is that we shouldn't be taking away or discouraging people doing their own composting at home. What I've seen Councillor Lee's chicken coop firsthand, and it's certainly very productive. That's the kind of thing we need to watch out for in our community. We should be taking more responsibility for what we do with our waste personally, and particularly with food security. Growing our own food in our own backyards, in our reserves, in our parks should be encouraged, not discouraged, because we don't know what's coming around the corner. We only have to look at what happened to the poor people in Hawke's Bay, their roads being cut off for weeks on end. How are they going to feed themselves? We need to think about that and encourage that here in Rotorua, not discourage it. So while I support this, just please don't rule out other options. Thank you.
Thank you. There appear to be no other comments, so we'll hand over to our mover, Councillor Wang, to conclude the discussion.
Thank you, Worship. Firstly, I just wanted to say a big thank you to Nikki. I'm really sorry to that we're going to see you go, but the amount of work that has gone into this, and it's taken years to get to this point, and the many people that have been that have come and gone and have been involved in this project as well. Work has been enormous, and the consultation we did. And hear from what they wanted, because we're seeing surrounding districts having organic waste or food waste collections introduced, and we were wanting to take that step as well. So that community consultation was critically important, and we saw from the feedback as well just how much of an importance that is. People want to reduce their waste heading to landfill, and also wanting to look at other ways of disposing of their waste. And then we've gotten to this point. I want to say, following on from Councillor Lee's comments, personally, I don't see this as a luxury. I see this as a sign of change of times. Reducing our emissions, minimising waste, and the waste heading to landfill, I don't think that's a luxury. I think that's the right thing to do. We cannot just keep digging holes in the ground, filling it up with rubbish, and then tapping. Not only is that detrimental to our environment, it's literally putting a band-aid on the wound. And so I'm really excited that we have gotten to this point, and I take on the comments and the concerns from Councillor Patterson too, because there are people in our community that, that are already doing an incredible job with their own worm farms or other ways, but will take their ability to do that away. I think this is, like Stavros said, introducing it on a municipal level, so that not only can we work at education, but have that to up in this as well. And we only need to look at how recycling was introduced into this country, and how that was taken up, but also looking contamination rates with recycling and the need for further education and work done in that area, so to ensure that this particular proposal is as successful as possible. And I think I'd just like to end it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, in conclusion of this item, while we have you in front of us, Nikki, we do want to send you a very heartwarming thank you for the contribution that you've given to Rotorua Lakes Council, obviously with the safe and sustainable journeys, but of course your deep passion for the environment as well. So thank you very much for your service. So that does conclude the discussion. We have this item moved by Councillor moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Brown. I'll put that to the vote. I have read it out. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That has been carried. Thank you. Yes, yes. We now move to page 27. Just for those in the audience who may be interested and may be here for the museum presentation, we are going to take the subcategory purpose reserved to roadway paper, then we have a speed management paper. We'll have a short break in between then, and then we'll get on to the museum paper, just if that is what you're here for. So I'd like to ask for a mover and a seconder to receive this report, that the report change the subcategory of place local purpose reserved to roadway be received. That's moved by Councillor Kai Fong, seconded by Councillor Brown. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Against? Carried. And we welcome our manager, Rob Pickethley, to overview the report and speak to his presentation. And we are on page 27 of our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koutou. I'll take you through this paper. Welcome to the Reserves Act. It's a little bit complicated for what it is, and I'll just very quickly highlight the key parts. But the agenda item is to seek a resolution to change the classification of a very small section of a very small reserve that is now redundant as it lies behind what was a housing area and the Eastern Arterial. It will ultimately allow for transport through the reserves for a subdivision process that we've got underway with an applicants for the northern side of the reserve, which is shown on the map, Lot 2, Lot 3 and Lot 4. So Hume Place Reserve is that little blue strip behind the houses. It's a very narrow little strip of reserve that was created as a utility and a plantation buffer. You can't quite see the other purple boundary lines in there, but just to the north-hand side of that reserve was where the Eastern Arterial used to run through. It has an existing right-of-way across it at the moment from the end of Duggan Drive, through to the lots on the northern side. The Eastern Arterial designation for this area was removed in 2016, and lots 2, 3 and 4 have been amalgamated now, and there's a proposal being prepared for a housing development to start on those lots. The first phase is 14 residential lots, roadways down to an esplanade down by the lake. The proposal that's in front of you is to change a classification for a very small part of the reserve. As I said, it's classified for plantation and utility purposes. There's an image there of that reserve, sorry about the scale, but actually you'll see just on the bottom left-hand corner there's a small section, and then there's a little piece which is in your agenda attachment, section 2. That's the little piece of the reserve that's at the end of Duggan Drive. That's currently, the whole reserve is utility and plantation. The proposal before you is to change that little section into roadway, for roadway purposes, local purpose reserve for roadway. What is required as part of this process to actually formalise the roadway through is a two-step council input. The first one is to change the local purpose classification. The second one later on will be to change it to a roadway reserve. What changing it now does is it allows the applicant to continue on processing the consent with security that there is a legal access mechanism in play. What will happen as we come back is at the end of Duggan Drive, the section through the reserve there where you can actually see the existing right-of-way will come back as a roadway reserve application. So there's two steps of council and there's a resource consent process by the applicant. So from a council priority consideration, it will enable further smart investment, target growth and help planning and consenting to provide for further housing opportunities. So the recommended resolution in the paper is to change the subcategory for the Hume Pace Local Purpose Reserve in that Section 2 area from utility and planning classification to roadway classification. So it's a formality of the Reserves Act. So happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you, Rob. Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question around the cost. I see the cost to register the reserve classification is anticipated to be no more than $4,000, and it's suggested that this cost be apportioned with the subdivision developer. Given that this is solely for the benefit of the developer and presumably for commercial purposes, should that cost not be met fully by the developer?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I actually, after preparing the report, discussed this exact thing with the planning team, and the planning team was in agreement with your conclusion that, yes, this actually, the proportioning of this should be to the developer.
Thank you. If that can be noted, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. This is a pretty well-written and straightforward report. Were there any other questions, though? Councillor Waru.
Kia ora, te manukura. Rob, thank you for your report. Yes, Reserve Act, it's a very tricky piece of legislation, as I'm quite familiar with it myself. I'm just wondering, because I know on both sides of that area there, whenua Māori, on both sides actually, are there any implications or have there been any hui with Ngāti Te Rotirangi, or is there anything required under the Act to do so? Because I do know there's a strip there. You probably know what I'm talking about in that particular area.
Not that I'm aware as part of this process for changing this classification for a sub-part of the reserve. I know there will certainly be discussions through the resource consent process.
Thank you.
Thank you. There appear to be no further questions.
Happy to move.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kai Fong. I'd invite any discussion or comments at this stage if there are any. There appear to be none. That's moved and seconded that the committee recommends that it resolves to change the subcategory of the Hume Place Local Purpose Reserve to roadway pursuant to Section 24A(3) of the Reserves Act 1977. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you, Rob. I'd like to propose that we take just a short 10-minute break now to refresh ourselves, and then we'll return at 11:10. We'll take the speed management planning report, and then we'll go into Te Wharetonga strengthening and restoration options. Thank you. See you soon.
as you see in front of you, that in New Zealand, fatal crashes and 70% of injury crashes involve speed. The social costs for those deaths and injuries in New Zealand is about $4.6 billion per annum. In our local context, it's been assessed by our crash record that 20% of all crashes involve what we call excessive speed, and the social cost for Rotorua is about $62 million a year. And for the rationale underpinning the movement to consider lowering speed levels or the regulatory framework for speed limits in urban environments is basically underpinned by the fundamental laws of motion, which says energy equals mass versus acceleration. It's immutable that if you get hit by a mass that moves at the rate of acceleration, your chances of survival decreases as the acceleration of the speed is increasing too. And you cannot argue about that. You can argue that safer speeds enable a greater opportunity for people to undertake active modes of transport like cycling, walking, and so on, because they feel safer onto the roads. And the question, the fundamental question here that communities need to address is that what is the method of controlling the speeds of which vehicles are moving around our urban environments. I won't go through that in great detail because I think that's fundamental mathematics, survivability, chances are increasing with a lower speed. However, we do have at the moment a national legislation under the new land transport rule, which requires a setting of speed limits by road controlling authorities, and the requirements require that we develop a 10-year speed management plan to address a safer and a more appropriate speed limits and the supporting infrastructure. And that speed management plan is now required to be submitted to the Regional Transport Committee to produce a regional or moderated approach to that process. And we've got some specific timeframes where especially the requirements to implement safer speed limits around schools, and the timeframes requires us to have 40% of our schools by June 2024 and to cover all our schools by December 2027. You see the majority of Rotorua schools are in the areas with existing 50 km/h speed limits, and as I said earlier, we have certain timeframes to consider proposed speed management plan in these areas with defined timeframes. The national perspective is that Rotorua schools require a safe and appropriate speed limit of 30 km/h. And the Waka Kotahi, the Ministry of Transport, considering the statistics and the relevant standardization of speed limits around the country, requires to consider not just outside schools, but within a circle of about 1 kilometer. I suppose it's a radius, of 1 kilometer, but it basically is 2 kilometers a zone around urban schools to consider the ways children and their parents go to and leave schools and walk to their properties, and therefore the coverage for that is significant. When you look into that coverage, when we apply those circumferences around our various schools, it indicates very clearly that pretty soon 75 to 80% of our urban area is covered by that kind of limitation. Now, at the same time, talking about schools, you do have a long-standing strategy where it requires us to address the viability and the vibrancy of a central business district. And we do have a mission that reflects a number of key objectives you have. And obviously, within the context of those parameters, the question has continuously been asked as to how can What can we do to make the central business district more accessible and safer and more inviting to people to visit, walk, shop, and so on? There are a variety of methods, but to a large degree, because of the nature of CBD and the density of premises and vehicles, the actual speed limits experienced in the CBD are not far from 30 kilometers per hour, but in general terms, if you do have a 30 kilometers per hour in the CBD, it's more conducive to that kind of living environment. So while we are going to consider the schools, also we want to consider the CBD area, which has been as a standing objective in your strategies for at least for the last 6-7 years. When we're considering how to consult with our community about desirable or appropriate speed limits for our areas in the district, there are two distinct components. You've got the urban component and you've got the rural component. We have considered a number of options to stay consistent with the national guidelines and directives, and basically we have arrived at a view, and you see in your report that option 3 appears to be the more consistent option, because if we adopt any of the other options, we will have a staged approach, will probably introduce more confusion to people, and obviously it will necessitate less expenditure to go from one speed limitation to the next speed limitation in a few years' time. And the rural areas, option 2 has been considered to be the most consistent approach in terms of national planning guides. What it would look like if we apply those proposals, you would see all the yellow areas basically will carry a 30 kilometer per hour speed limits, with the exception of some collector roads, which are the main areas of traffic, like Malfoy Road and Clayton Road, and so will carry large volumes of traffic to be left at 50 kilometers per hour. So it basically covers the entire district at a blanket 30 kilometers per hour. And as I said, there are pragmatic advantages to that, because you do it once and covers everyone. You introduce it at a rate that will give time to the community to adjust to that. And also, it will make traveling distances and traveling times reasonably palatable. You can see here we've done some statistics about sample driving times from certain places, and indicates somewhere in the region of increases in traveling time between 11 and 70 seconds by a reduced speed limits. Of course, the flip side of that is that if the theory behind reducing speed limits is valid, you would expect to see less social costs from crashes, resulting from crashes in our districts, and at the national level, obviously, that is the expectation and that is the aim. We are talking about a road to zero approach, and again, as individuals, we may have a significant degree of divergence in how we think about it, but the objective of not having people being killed or severely injured on our roads cannot be argued against. The question is that what is the methodology one that can apply to achieve that kind of goal? As I said, the process to be followed is that we require to draft a speed management plan, consult with our community. To be fair, I would expect a significant resistance and reaction from our community about it. Nevertheless, that draft management plan needs to go to the Regional Land Transport Committee, and the Land Transport Committee can moderate and harmonize with the whole region, and then they will submit it to the Waka Kotahi, the National Ministry of Transport perspective. The legislation allows Waka Kotahi to override any decisions we make, and or reject any alternative decisions we make, but we don't know the answer to that until we actually have gone through this process. What we are required to do in the first instance by July 2024 is to address that number of schools in the first tranche of reducing speed limits. Schools are situated next to state highways will be managed, speed limits will be managed by Wakakotahi. But certainly in our areas, we need to have a plan to stage that proposal. So at this point in time, all we are asking elected members to do is to note the legislative transport rule that requires us to do that, understand the context of how we propose a change to our community, how we collect feedback, how we submit that draft SMP to the Regional Transport Committee, and then we'll see what the outcome of that deliberations would be. So this report in front of you at this point in time is simply to go off of public consultation based on the rationale and the options we have outlined in this report. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. Stavros, you have my sympathy for having to make a good case for government policy. My question concerns this new land transport rule. What is the legal authority of the rule? It's not a statute, I guess, is sort of the background to the question. So this wasn't considered by Parliament, passed by Parliament. It's not a regulation, it's a rule. What's a rule?
Councillor Lee, I'm not a legal expert in that respect, but where the government defines a national policy statement and we have to comply with the various rules that underpin that national policy statement, obviously, we have limited ability to apply a road controlling authority to install, in this case, speed limits. If we install speed limits that are contrary to the transport rule or contrary to the national policy statement, these legal speed limits will become illegal, cannot be enforced, and obviously we lose our statutory and legislative ability to define speed limits in the district because they have to be consistent with the national policy statement. Now, the implications of that, I cannot elaborate in in-depth legal parameters, but what I'm saying is that we are receiving funds from the Crown to cover 56% of our transport network expenditure, and I can imagine that the Crown or the government can consider us non-compliant with the requirements, and therefore that funding requirements could become at risk.
What's the timeline?
And just to clarify, it is a regulation.
It is a regulation? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. What's the timeline for doing something on this that we're required to?
As our presentation said, that we have to have a draft management plan over the next few months and implement the first tranche of school speed limits by July 2024. And then the rest of them gradually by 2027. So we've got the next 4 years, 5 years to give effect to that. But the SMP, the speed management plan, has to be considered by the Regional Transport Committee, and then that will be submitted at national level for approval over the next few months.
Sorry, I don't think I quite caught that. Over the next 3 months, few months. What is the date for that?
Councillor Lee, the Regional Council has not yet come up with the date that we need to have submitted our district speed management plan to the Regional Transport Committee. That's going to the Regional Transport Committee, I believe, in May or June for decision.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. Would we be doing this work if we weren't directed through a national policy statement, in your opinion?
We constantly do speed reviews as a council. but however, we apply our judgment consistent, obviously, with certain guidelines to implement appropriate speed limits, but the extent of these requirements at the moment is unique to us. For the first time,
Malfoy Road, no, even further. That's all the way almost to the Otonga Road roundabout, all the way down, right down to Matatua Marae. You know, that's a long way. Okay. Other question. So, just in terms of the effort and time that you have to put into creating this report and money. How long will it take you to put it together if we agree to go ahead with this today?
Again, the speed management plan is being produced right at the moment.
Right.
So the two pieces of work are happening alongside. We've been writing this report while we've been putting together a speed management plan. Okay, so you would, basically you've indicated that it has to be presented to the Regional Transport Committee by sometime in June, so next month. No. At the Regional Transport Committee meeting, the decision will be made about when we have to have all our district speed management plans into the regional speed management planning process.
Right.
So that doesn't mean we have to have our speed management plan ready by June.
Okay. Supplementary quick question.
Yeah.
So in your professional opinion, do you think that will be before October?
I think it will be around September, October.
Okay, thank you very much.
Patterson, just reverse engineering that if we have to implement the first tranche of the school speed limits or X percentage of school by July next year, then you need to have these decisions made by the Regional Transport Committee and approved by Waka Kotahi well in advance of July 22. So, if you reverse it back, you would think that we need to have some final decisions no later than March 24, so we can start implementing from July 24.
Did you have a further comment? Or?
I was also going to say that in order for us to align as well with the LTP process, it makes sense for us to have something by the mid part of this year.
Okay, that makes sense. We've got Councillor Barker followed by Councillor Waru.
Thank you for your report, team. The radius of 1 kilometre that's been chosen, is there any option to shrink that somewhat, or is it pretty much what is recommended?
There is an option to reduce that, yeah. It's not legally required for it to be a kilometre. A kilometre is what is considered by international research to be a distance that your average primary school child could walk or bike to school quite manageably.
Thank you. Can I have a supplementary? And so with regards to the rural situations where Waikiri Road, Valley Road, is mostly 100 k's, except around the school where it's 60, how far out from Waikiri Valley School would you recommend, would we be recommending?
Kia ora, Councillor. Those rural settings such as Waikiri Valley School and Waikiri Valley Road, that they have an existing temporary, not a temporary speed limit, but a variable speed limit, which is approximately 300 metres, which is the desired length what we're proposing with this speed management plan is to, prior to that 100-metre variable speed limit, is to have a slightly longer reduced permanent speed limit. So it's a little bit different in those situations. There, it's more about the length along the main road rather than having to be concerned with too many subsidiary roads off to the side. Makes sense.
I think I understand it means that you're sort of going to have a staged approach as you get closer to the rural school.
Yes, if you think about the objective to make the school, excuse me, the speed outside schools 30, slowing them down from 100 to 30 is got to be a bit of a problem. So to address that, we're trying to slow them down before that. So with another permanent speed limit on either side. You know what I mean?
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te manukura, o tira. Kia ora anō koutou, te toko toru tapu. Yes, rather interesting topic. Hoi anō. With all this kōrero that's come through around the speed limits and things in terms of the national policy statement, is there any like hard evidence that this actually makes a difference in terms of the accidents and all those kind of things that happen, you know, in those areas that have been identified? I haven't seen any myself, so I'm just asking. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. There are two types of data that would inform a reasonable person's decision. Is that it's generally accepted that when you have a 50 kilometer per hour speed limit at the moment, and you actually monitor the actual speeds at the moment, there is a what you call a deviation, a variance from that, plus or minus 10 kilometers, say. The average speed limit might be 55 actual 55 kilometers. The data indicates when the speed limits are reduced, let's say to 40 kilometers per hour, then that maximum, the high level, drops at the same time too, for the majority of people. And that's the important thing. The important distinguishing here is that it is no guarantee that because the majority of people follow a lower actual speed limit, will be the people who exceed that will be influenced by that too. So there are people who might be traveling at 60 or 70 or 80 kilometers per hour. So it's very hard to actually put a statistically correct analysis to indicate that while the majority of people drop their actual speeds, it also influences people who exceed that posted speed. And I think it's also incumbent upon or conditional upon to the degree of enforcement. You can have a speed limit on the streets, and if the enforcement is zero, then obviously you have very little, actual effect. If enforcement is intensive, obviously you get the effect of that because it gives the police the ability to enforce more effectively. So, as I said, I'm sorry, there's no, the statistics are clear that, crashes at the highest speed cause the majority of our consequences. The question, though, is that what percentage of the millions of kilometers drived every day will stay consistent with a posted speed limit, cause crashes, and what percentage are the people who exceed those speed limits by a significant margin cause the crashes. So it's very difficult to get that kind of alignment in a perfect, black and white scenario.
Sorry, just to add to that. So it sounds to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, sounds to me they think, well, national policy statements hoping if the speed limit down to 30, most people are going to try and go 45 or so. Okay, so it's that kind of whakaaro. Kia ora, thank you.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Worship, and through the Chair. Thank you, Stavros, Nikki and Daryl. Stavros, could I just clarify, on page 40 of the agenda that we have, if I could just read this to you, Waka Kotahi advises that the speed limit bylaws will need to be formally revoked as soon as practicable after the data has been migrated to the NSLR. Could I just clarify with point 4 that we're voting on today, that the committee approves the revocation of the speed limit bylaw 2014. If we approve that today, is that effective immediately? Thank you.
Councillor, effectively, yes, it would remove council's ability to carry out a speed limit review under the old bylaw process. And the reason we're revoking it is because of the national direction to oversee speed limit setting by Waka Kotahi and through regional transport committees. The other point is that our speed limit register work has already been completed in terms of getting it onto the national register.
Thank you, Darren. Sorry, Your Worship. So just to clarify, if we do accept and approve point 4 today, that will be effective immediately. Is that correct?
Councillor O'Brien, it would be because the transport rule is already in place now, and therefore we have no legal ability to post our own speed limits as per our bylaw.
So could I ask, if the public consultation comes back strongly opposed, where does that leave us if we've already revoked the bylaw? Thank you.
Well, I think what we need to try and do, cognizant of the public feedback, is what Councillor Barker said earlier, is that can we reduce the radius or the, the areas of, of consideration and make a submission to the Regional Transport Committee. And assuming the Transport Committee will accept our submission and our views about it, I'll make submission to the Waka Kotahi. Now, the Waka Kotahi retains the right to accept or reject that. And if they reject it, then we have to comply with their guidance. If they accept it, obviously we can have some variability in our setting of speed limits, but that would be under the new transport rule. We can utilize our bylaw to set our speed limits. That bylaw is superseded by the national.
So, unfortunately, for a few years now, we have lost the ability, as councils previously would have, to be able to set our local speed limits anywhere. So, I suppose the recommendation for is only formalising what's already in place, that the government is mandated to and do hold the authority to set the limits for us or override. Unfortunately, we'll go Councillor Kong and then Councillor Peterson.
We're going to the public. On the presentation, you've got a slide effect on time, and it says before a curious drive to Central will add on an additional seconds. If you're now per hour instead of 50 per hour. I'm not sure about my maths, but it's 4.7 kilometres. According to Google Maps, it takes 8 minutes. We're now going to 30. It's not quite half speed. The question of consultation and consultation fatigue, which possibly the public may be feeling. We've gone out with a fairly significant annual plan consultation. We have another recommendation coming up, which is to go out with a museum consultation. We are starting shortly a long-term plan, which will require some more consultation. And so it was just a question of, in terms of a hierarchy of priorities, is this an absolute necessity to get this out for consultation right now, or could it perhaps be delayed until some point in the future? Sorry, I'm just through the chair as to who answers that.
Consultation will not happen immediately, it will happen in 2 months' time.
for clarification through you, Madam Mayor. What we are looking to do, I'll back up. We are very conscious of the fact that there are some significant pieces of work that are required to go out from this council to the community over the next couple of months. And we are very aware that the community can get consultation fatigue. So what we are doing is we are working on some programming to ensure that these pieces of work go out and have the required attention that they need in order for the community to engage on those topics that they want to do. In terms of specifics, what we're working on at the moment is going to be based on the decisions that you yourselves make over the next couple of weeks. In terms of priorities, it would look something like we're closing annual plan this week, potentially opening up museum consultation next week, dependent on the decision that you make later on today. Based on your decisions that you make next week around FDS, that looks to open in the beginning of June, and then we'll stagger the speed management planning consultation within that. So there will be some overlap, and undoubtedly there's probably some other pieces of work around policies and potential bylaws that need to be fitted into that timing as well. So we're doing our best to program and make sure that the significance of each piece of work does get the highlight and the resources put at each conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just harking back to Councillor O'Brien's point about the bylaw again. I know it's crystal ball gazing, but if come October we have a new government and they decide that this whole thing is not workable and they want to give us back the rights to make our own speed limits, if we take that away, will that mean that we'll have to go through the process of reinstating it? So
it's a hypothetical question, Councillor Patterson, but I assume if that eventuates, we're going to bring this bylaw as it is in front of you and re-adopt it. There's no point of having a bylaw that is legally ineffective at this point in time.
how long would that take, though, if we were to reinvest it? Rather, if we just left it there and just let it sit dormant, would that be extra work for you and us to have to reinstate it if that eventuated?
I don't believe so, because we will pick up, the majority of the provisions of the bylaw as they stand at the moment, subject to you want to make any changes. But I imagine we can do it very quickly, because we're not going to reinvent the whole bylaw. We'll just have to say, well, and again, I'm talking hypothetically here, and we can say, well, that's your old bylaw, this is a new bylaw with some minor changes. You adopt it or not, and there's no reason why it should take any unreasonable amount of time.
Thank you.
And perhaps just a useful point to note, if you want to.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So another hypothetical would be that to reinstate a bylaw would require consultation as well. So like Stavros was talking about, yes, we can pick up the existing bylaw, make any amendments to that, get your endorsement to adopt a draft bylaw, but you would then have to go out and consult on that. So, yeah.
Well, it's definitely left us something to think about. Were there any further questions on this? I did have a question. So, if we take this to consultation, just to be clear, if the community and ourselves are of the view that no, we shouldn't proceed with the 30 kilometres, then yes, we are able to propose that as our recommendation for our area. But I do understand and appreciate that we do not have the final say, they do. But that is a possibility?
Yes, Your Worship, we can't submit what we think is a feedback from our community and your collective views as elected members, what our SMP, speed management plan, should be. And that's the best we can do at this point in time, subject to the central authorities accepting or rejecting it.
Thank you. And then my final question is just regarding the legislation that brought this all on, which was the government policy statement on land transport, they have mentioned in there that safe networks are a top priority. Safety is a strategic priority for them. So through the speed limit consultation, are we also able to provide feedback to the government that perhaps fixing roads and ensuring that the public assets are safer would be more beneficial investment of time and resources than messing with some speed limits?
I'm fairly confident that our submissions to the Regional Transport Committee can contain whatever we want our submission to contain.
Thank you. There has been an interesting point raised today just on that recommendation 4. So perhaps we'll just take a moment to just seek some advice on from either our executive team or from councillors on whether, if hypothetically this was not to go through, to prevent the need to go out again for consultation for a speed limit bylaw, if it would be the desire just for now to keep the speed limit bylaw 2014, acknowledging that for some time now we haven't been able to use that because the decision is no longer made by council. Councillor Waru.
Sorry, just on that, Madam, I suppose well, my whakaaro around it is we would review that bylaw anyway, even if we kept it, wouldn't we? Is that right? So that would require some more consultation as well. So either way, I see it. We're going to be doing it anyway, and I don't see anything wrong with reviewing something that might need a bit of modernising, if you get my drift. Kia ora.
That is true, and by that stage we'll be 10 years on from 2014, we'll be in 2024. Perhaps was there any comments from staff on that?
Your Worship, the direction we have from Wakakota here, the relevant authorities, is that once our current speed limits register has been migrated to the national database, then our existing bylaws should be revoked. Those recommendations or requirements are silent about the question, what if we don't? As I said earlier to Councillor Patterson, at the end of the day, you can hold that, but that bylaw becomes ineffective. It actually cannot be used. And in the context of a hypothetical question, if we have to reactivate it, I would imagine you have to reactivate it under a new context, or at least some new context. So our recommendation is to say that bylaw now is ineffective. It means nothing because it's got no legal application for us. Therefore, we revoke it, and you have to reactivate it. We pick it up from there and reactivate it as soon as possible.
Okay, then. Thank you. It is starting to sound like it still makes sense to keep that point 4, and understanding we will refresh it if we are lucky enough to get the opportunity to in future.
So, sorry, Madam Chair, if I could just ask a question. So what I heard is, either way, we're going to have to do that mahi. Kia ora.
Were there any final questions? Any final questions? There do appear to be none. So we do have some recommendations before us. May I ask for a mover and a seconder? I can read them out very quickly. That the committee accepts the recommended approach to setting speed limits for Rotorua and the use of this approach to create a draft speed management plan. That the committee authorises officers to undertake public consultation on the draft speed management plan, and that the committee approves the revocation of the speed limit bylaw 2014. That's moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Wang. We now open up for any discussion or comments, if there are any. Councillor Lair.
Thank you, Your Worship. I get the feeling that someone in Wellington has way too much time on their hands. This seems to me to be a solution in search of a problem. Central government has taken the approach of adopting a regulation which artfully avoids Section 5 of the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, which I'll get back to in a moment. But first of all, under Section 18 of the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, we are lawfully able to have the right of freedom of movement. I would argue that had the government taken the route of passing a statute that would affect this law change, it would be invoking Section 5 of the Bill of Rights Act, which is the justified limitations. So this is the clause that was invoked by the Attorney General when he considered the Rotorua Representation Arrangements Bill. And the Attorney General found, of course, that that bill put an unjustified limitation onto
Sorry,
that.
Councillor Lee, we will stay specific to the topic, but
so
carry on.
This is analogous because the approach of adopting it as a rule bypasses the scrutiny of the Attorney General, who is not in a position to make a similar report as he did with the Representation Arrangements Bill, given that it's a law. So this is this regulation would have been passed by Cabinet. That's the process for adopting a regulation. So everything must be reasonable, and we have freedom of movement in a reasonable manner. That doesn't mean that we can race through town at 100 miles an hour. That wouldn't be reasonable. But I would argue that it wouldn't be reasonable to impose a 30-kilometre-an-hour speed limit within a 1 kilometre radius of school, because that's far too far for starters. Certainly not, let's say, during school time when the students are actually in school. Certainly not after school when there are no students around. Certainly not at the weekends. Certainly not during school holidays. This, in my view, would amount to the theft of our time. This is government overreach in a classical fashion. And so I don't think we should be encouraging those people down in Wellington by participating in this approach at all, into this flawed mission that they have put us on. Now, I contacted our local MP about this, and I sent him a text. Hey Todd, what's National's position on the new land transport rule? And he replied, about the reduced speed limits. I said, yes, please tell me you'll abolish it. His reply was, yes, we will. They should be burdening councils with this. We will be restoring speed limits.
He's too busy duck shooting.
So I'm not a major in political science, but I suspect that there is a reasonable possibility that this rule will be revoked come following the election. That being the case, I would suggest that we don't burden the ratepayers of Rotorua with any more time and effort being spent on this project. And so I therefore move that this item should lie on the table and not be continued through to a vote.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Unfortunately for us, we are required by the regulation to set a speed management plan. Has been made quite clear to us in the staff comments just now.
What we don't have is a timetable, so that would make it, that would be the compelling factor, which we don't currently have.
Also, we have had pretty clear feedback from the staff that we only have a few months to prepare what that local speed management plan will be, to be considered by the Regional Transport Committee. And remembering that this is the opportunity for our local community and residents to provide their feedback. This is going to go ahead regardless or not. So if we do not proceed with consultation, we actually would not give our community the opportunity to provide that feedback, which I think already from a measure of our views around the table is probably going to be quite strong. against some of the recommendations.
I imagine the feedback from the public will be quite strong indeed, foreseeable even. From a procedural point of view, I guess the question at hand is whether I have a seconder for my motion.
Well, that's his
motion. Sorry, Councillor Lee, you would need to do that before we have a mover and a seconder to this motion. So the question will now go to the mover and the seconder of the motion if you were willing to change it. Oh, sorry, I'm just getting it.
I don't think so. It is what it is. To go to change it or amend it is not, because it's a contrary motion, so it's whatever from me.
Yes, you are correct. I've just had advice that you cannot have a direct negative to the recommendation that's before us.
Point of order, I don't believe that this is a direct negative. We're simply we're asking for the motion to be left on the table at this time, neither considering it nor voting in opposition or directly negative to the proposal.
Madam Chair, it was a direct negative. It was to abolish that, to get rid of these recommendations. That's what I heard. So, kia ora.
And sorry, in conclusion, because we're going back and forth a little bit, there is the opportunity for the council, for this committee, to vote no, and then that would essentially achieve what you are wanting to achieve. So I'll leave that with councillors. You can either choose to support this, and remember it's going out for consultation. That consultation will be undertaken. I imagine as soon as it is, we'll have a report back to this committee. Yeah, back to this committee for us to then have a final go at this before we send the feedback formally as a speed management plan to the Regional Transport Council. So that will be the process moving forward. So it will return to this committee. There appear to, Councillor O'Brien and then Councillor Kai Fong, and we are up to comments.
Point of order. This is a procedural motion, and procedural motions must be taken immediately.
Yeah, but apologies, Councillor Lee, I have ruled on that one already. We have moved on.
Thank you, Your Worship. Like Councillor Lee, I do have some very strong concerns about this. However, I do appreciate the law is the law, and there's a regulation and direction in place. I do support the reduction around particularly schools and kura, and I'm all in favour of that, and if the CBD as well, given some of the driving habits of some locals. I do support, but I do taitoko some of Councillor Lee's concerns, and I'm certainly hoping that we will put in a robust and strongly worded message once the consultation has been undertaken. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Kai Fong.
Chair, mine was just a question of clarification. It was just because the motion is that the committee accepts the recommended approach to setting them, so that's the approach to setting them, but we don't have a recommendation as to taking into account the recommendations in the paper, so it seems to be a bit confusing. So are we saying that we are going out with consultation on option 3 for urban speed limits and option 2 for rural? Is that what's intended?
Well, the intention is we have to go with a proposal or a draft speed management plan, and that's a basis for us to consult upon and get community feedback for it.
Sorry, just for clarification. So
yes, so everything in the report.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're not.
We're not proposing a preferred option. We're just saying these are the options.
The option for consultation, the draft speed management plan is based on a certain option, and that's where we get feedback from the community before we actually make a submission to Regional Transport Committee.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So we're not going out with a definitive, we are recommending for consultation options 3 and option 2. We are leaving everything wide open.
What our consultation document would indicate, as in the report, that for consistency, these are the options that need to be considered. But in creating a draft management speed management plan to go back to the Regional Transport Committee, we need to come back to you after the consultation with it.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the Daily Post is a, got it here, a quote. Sunset Primary School Principal Eden Chapman said that there were issues with speeding drivers hooning around the school, and he did not believe lowering the speed limit would make any difference to that. I'm inclined to agree. His opinion was investing in better roads and better monitoring was money better spent. He thinks it is overkill, to quote him in the Daily Post. I do think that I agree, it is overkill, and I'll draw your attention to, in the same article, it states in terms of actual speed limits, Waka Kotahi, this is their own, I guess, view, New Zealand Transport Agency identifies through its research that the main causal factor of crashes is drivers exceeding legal speed limits. So it's not the accident aren't happening if people drive at the speed limit, it's only if they drive over them. So if we got our enforcement right and people drove at the speed limit, we actually wouldn't be having a problem. So there's a disconnect in the logic between, what's going on here. So I agree with the sentiment of the other councillors here. I think this is just flat out dumb. But anyway, we've got to do it. Got to go through the process.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. You stole my thunder. I was going to say that. But yes, to me, this is dumb. While I agree that we need to be mindful around our schools, I've driven past Waka Primary, where they've got that new speed limit down there. The sign that says 30 k's only works on weekends or during the school holidays, which is really odd, or after 5 o'clock. So, and there's never anyone there enforcing it. If people drove at 50 k's, if the police decided to enforce the speed limit as is, then, they'd probably be more effective. But there just aren't enough of them out there doing it anyway. How are they going to even enforce this? This is just crazy. And the other thing that seems to be missing from the causes of crashes is driver impairment and driver distraction. Where is that mentioned in any of this data we've been presented today? People who are drunk and who are distracted are not going to be paying attention to the speed limit because they're already impaired or doing something else. So changing the speed limits will not impact them at all. And as for driving down Old Taupo Road at 30 kilometres an hour, really, I'd have to say that I would agree with Councillor Leanne to a certain extent, Deputy Mayor Kai Fong. Do we really need to be doing this now? This is not urgent. Our community have got other things to think about. We could be doing this in August or September. So I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have heard clearly, I think it was June, July, was it, where it will be needed to be done to then go to the Regional Transport Committee to then be passed on. And remember, well, I agree with many of your sentiments. This does allow the opportunity for the community to have a say. If we didn't have consultation, then we wouldn't be allowing them to have a voice in this issue, which we were soon to see will be not only controversial, but also of public interest. So, yes, Stavros and then Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Worship. I think just the points raised by elected members are well understood. However, one of the advantages of this community being consulted about it, plus all other 67 communities in the country be consulted about it, it will generate a significant body of opinion about this. And therefore, hopefully a number of things might be reconsidered and modified. If we don't go for consultation, you don't have the weight of public opinion to make a submission. And that's what we're saying.
And I believe that weight of the public opinion will come back quite strongly. We'll take a final point by Councillor Maxwell and then move on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief. Look, evidence and the country, New Zealand, wants us to save lives. So do I and so do you all. Very briefly, road crashes are because of three main factors. That's road condition, the vehicle condition, and more importantly, speed. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. Well, we do have a mover and seconder. Thank you for the very robust questions and debate.
Sorry, Madam Chair, can I, my right of finishing the kōrero?
Go ahead, Councillor Waru.
Kia ora, tēnā koe. It won't be long, but hey, I agree with just about every point that's been made, to be honest about it. It is dumb. I think you, Stavros, I think you mentioned, what was it, force times, mass times acceleration, you also, or, you know, Newton's law. But I think common plus sense is not equaling this. And unfortunately, we're bound by the law, which we all keep mentioning. We have to follow certain procedures. The council has no choice in the matter, to be honest. So I'm going to really put my trust in the public to come back strong on these things and give us a good steer. And then we'll have something to actually work with and push forward on. And I really hope they do. Nā reira, e te ue whakarongo mai ana, please put your kōrero in and you know, try and make common plus sense equals common sense. So tēnā tātou katoa, kai a koe te rākau.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. Well rounded and summarised. We do have a mover and a seconder. I've read these out. Sorry, after the... Oh, no, sorry, as a second... Technically, the mover is the last, but go ahead as the seconder, Councillor Wing.
Thank you, Your Worship.
I didn't.
No problem, that's okay. Just quickly as well, my views on this, I think echo the sentiments around the table. In my view, that the safety of our kids and around schools is critically important. But I do see, you know, I do understand the views around here as well that, you know, certain aspects of it is probably a bit overkill. Having been a part of the Rural Road Safety Program, I think that was a really great example of how the community saw a safety issue or saw something and raised it as an issue to us. Ultimately being implemented later on with that's how it got reduced to 60 k's an hour, and with some schools on 100 k per hour roads, and the investigation and all of that, the background around that. And again, that's big kudos to Nikki as well, and thanks to all their work behind that. So following on from that, I think this is exactly why it is so important, I think, that we go to public consultation to ask our community how they feel about this. So like Mayor Tapsell mentioned before, we can take that weight of the community response and form that as part of our final decision and to the Regional Transport Committee.
Thank you. That's been moved and seconded. I'll put that now to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That is carried. So we now...
Noted, please.
Yes. We now move to our next item. We do thank those who are in the public gallery for your patience. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the report, Te Whare Taonga Strengthening and Restoration Options be received. It's moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Any against? It's carried. And we welcome to the table Gina Rangi and also Thomas Colley to overview the report, and they also have a PowerPoint presentation for us today. Also acknowledge that we have Amy and Stuart here with us too.
Tēnā tātou kei aku rangatira, o tira ki kaitau e mātaki ana tōpa nei, kei roto hoki te ruma just to acknowledge those who are watching both online and those of our community in the room as well. Tēnā koutou. Okay. First of all, I have to apologise for the length of the paper. There is a significant amount of technical information that's been brought together into that paper, and so I will take a little bit of time to go through the substance of it. Notwithstanding the workshops that we've had, I think it is important to kind of recollect the steps that have taken place to get to this point. So this presentation will review what is the decision required today, an overview of the work to date, summary of our current status and the 4 proposed consultation options, and then next steps. Because it is quite a long presentation, if, with the leave of the chair, if we could take questions at the end, that may help. So what decision is required today? In the current LTP, the restoration of the museum is an approved project. So all of our work to date has been around the detailed design and work to understand and progress that project. The LTP provides a funding envelope for the completion of that project. And Council's decision to proceed with the strengthening of the building was based on a strong desire from the community at the time of the LTP in particular to see the building restored. And I just want to note that we actually, when we did the LTP consultation, there were 3 options at that stage. So there was the preferred option, which was the full restoration, but we did also note that there were 2 other options, which was, I think, to defer and to stage the building actually. However, we now know that the costs of strengthening are significantly more than the funding available. The quantum of that change means that under our significance and engagement policy, we are required to reconsult with our community. So the decision that you are being asked to make today is to go back to the community. Given the increased level of cost and risk, do they still, to reassess the level of support for continuing with the project? Okay. So it's really looking at, we have an approved project, is the level of support still the same for that project? So, background. I think this is, there's a lot of information. It's been a very detailed project. The museum sits on gifted land. It was part of the Rotorua Township Agreement, but it was actually set aside for a school prior to that, by Ngāti Whakauē. The bathhouse building itself is a Category 1 heritage building, which means it has national and international significance. In 1963, the building was transferred, or the ownership of the building was transferred to council. And when it was a museum, there were 45,000 items in the collection, which includes around about 2,000 taonga Māori, and that includes items loaned from other collections as well. For example, Muri Rangaranga, the bone flute of Te Tānekai, and Tutauru, which is the adze that was used to carve the Te Arawa Waka. This is just a diagram of the building. It has been built over many years. So it was originally constructed in 1908, and you'll see the sort of, it's coming up as, I guess, orangey yellow in the central part. That's the original building, which was opened in 1908. It is timber framed with pumice concrete panels, and so while that's a unique construction, it also is the source of the long-term deterioration of the building, because those pumice walls in quite a corrosive environment are very challenging. You'll see on either end pink bits, which are the extensions from 1912, 2008 and 2011. The 2011 work was a major fundraising effort led by the Centennial Trust. It was a $23 million project at that time, and that included $7.5 million of Crown funding. So in terms of the project overview, I think probably the most important thing to remember is that this is one of the most complex earthquake strengthening projects in the country. And that's a factor of the age and materials of the original building. 115-year-old wooden frame sitting on essentially unreinforced weak pumice masonry walls with an extremely heavy roof, several hundred tonnes of roof. There are no manuals that provide our engineers with the inherent strength qualities of the different construction materials and methods that have been used over decades. And in fact, the records aren't complete either. So the entire project has been about stripping back to understand the skeleton of the building as well as the ground conditions, and to really understand what we are working with as best we can. It is also an extremely challenging environment because of the geothermal, and essentially the building is sitting on a pumice raft. It is very close to the lake, so there is also the up and down of groundwater annually, seasonally and over time. So again, all of these things have had to be really well understood and modelled in order to develop the design solutions. And because of the complexity of the building, what that requires is that council is a public sector steward of public money, and it's really important that we go carefully and as best we can thoroughly understand what we are working with. To speed through this project would mean making mistakes, and so it has been really important that we very carefully go through all of the work required to get to the point we are at today. So utmost care rather than speed. So I've listed there the project team that's in Stella for those who wish to go through that in more detail. I don't think I need to, except to say we've had to call on international and national experts in the field to help us to understand the complexity of this project in this building. There's nothing like it in the country. In terms of our timeline, in 2016, of course, we had the Kaikoura earthquake, which is magnitude 7.8. And although the building had already been tagged for a detailed seismic assessment, at that point we closed the building. Cracks were observed within the building, and the prudent decision was made to close the museum. In 2017, that DSA, detailed seismic assessment, was able to occur, and it rated the museum at 19% of the new building standard. So that's defined as earthquake prone under the legislation. What that means is that all building owners who have an earthquake prone building are legally required to strengthen it to get it up to building code. So 2018, we had the LTP approval to strengthen the building, and at that time council's contribution was approved at $15.5 million. The concept design commenced at that point, and we removed all taonga. I just want to note, removal of all taonga is in itself an immensely challenging project. It required the temporary propping of floors and additional bracing. Internal walls had to be removed because some of the walls had been built with the taonga already inside the building. So actually removing building walls so that you could get the taonga out was required. That all required insurers and heritage conservators to approve our plan. And we also had to build bespoke crates and get specialist riggers and special air ride trucks to transport the taonga. So some of those have been returned to their the collections that they are legally owned by, and some of those taonga are in the offsite. And I know that the opportunity's been there for councillors to visit the offsite and see the collection there. We also carried out crack mapping throughout the building, so that's partly about understanding what the cracks are now, but also understanding the level at which that's continuing to occur, because we do have ongoing settling and movement within the building just as it continues to settle over time. And what we're trying to understand is the rate of settling across the building. There are differential rates depending on where you are in the building, and so that all puts different levels of stress on the foundations and on the fabric of the building. In 2019, our external funding was secured, and that was a key milestone. So about 70% of the building project has been externally funded. For every $3 that council puts in, there's an additional $7 that are provided. However, that's on the basis of the existing budget, which is 53.5 million. We also obtained resource consent, initial design, and carried out asbestos removal. Again, asbestos removal, not for the faint-hearted, it's a major project in itself. We carried out contractor procurement, which involved an open call for expressions of interest. We had 5 companies responded and were invited to participate in the RFP process. 4 provided submissions, and Hawkins was selected at that point for what's called early contractor involvement and preferred contractor status. The reason we have ECI is that it reduces buildability risk. You have your preferred contractor involved at an early stage to give you feedback on, is this buildable? Do they think that what is being designed is actually able to be done? So it does reduce your buildability risk and your contract risk. However, it's preferred contractor. It is not a guarantee that they will receive the contract. They still need to meet council's requirements around the cost of the project and give you the confidence that they are the right ones to do the work. 2020, so we had ECI on board. We also carried out a significant design peer review and a major reset of the design, and I'll talk about that in a little bit of detail. So the first methodology was what's called a force-based design, which is a more traditional approach, and essentially the design was a building within the building, so it was a structure within the building to keep it upright and strengthen it. It was a relatively invasive intervention which affected some of the heritage components, and it also had buildability risks and consequently a significant cost. So at that point we paused, and on the back of the peer review we looked for a different method of designing the solution for this building. So we moved from a force-based design to what's called a displacement methodology. It uses the inherent strength of the building, and instead of the structure within the structure, it essentially looks at what's the inherent strength of the building, how much does it move when it's under seismic pressure or stress. And that's the displacement. It's understanding how does the building move and designing around that. Because of the design reset, we were able to significantly reduce costs of the building project itself. The methodology is less invasive, it's quicker to build and more cost effective, and achieves 80% new building standard. So in 2021, we carried on with optimising the design, which included engineering, investigation and modelling, the new structural concept, and also specialist ground or geotech investigation. I've got some pictures here of some of the geotech work. So essentially, what we were trying to do was better understand the ground conditions and, given the design requirements of the building, understand exactly what was required to target the strength in the areas that it was needed. Consequently, the advice that we received from our geotech specialists was that the difference between 70% and 80% new build standard was significantly more money with without the significant improvement in the outcomes, and that for a $50 million saving, if we reduce to 70% MBS, which is still meets all of the building code requirements, we could bank those savings. So last year we reported back to Council, who approved reducing the MBS for ground conditions to 70%, so that decision was taken last year. We also continued with detailed design, ensured that we were consent ready, peer reviewed throughout our entire design process, and received cost estimates for the new design, and we also reported on that to Council as well. And the instruction of Council at that time was, rather than that Council taking decisions, that instead to refer this to the new incoming Council, given how close we were to the election, for this Council to make decisions. So the current status of the project. We have received a tender proposal from Hawkins. A portion of the tender proposal remains unfixed, which does open the possibility for further cost increases. Our external quantity surveyor has gone through every element of the proposal and updated the overall estimate. And I just want to be clear that this estimate, it includes contingency at Treasury recommended levels based on his knowledge of the project and of the where the risks are in terms of the contract and the design. And it also includes all the costs to date. That cost envelope to fully strengthen the building plus the internal fit out is now known to be 81.4 million plus the potential for unknown escalations when we get into the building itself. So while we have a significant portion fixed, there is still the risk of a complex building and that when we get into it, there may potentially be other escalations. Because we're at that level, 81.4, compared to our previous estimate of 53.5, the significance of that increase requires consultation on the project. So in terms of the consultation focus, the key consultation question is, has the level of community support to strengthen the building changed, given the increased level of cost for the project and the associated escalation and risk? The options that we are including and which are set out in the paper are provided for the sole purpose of providing alternatives against which the community can re-evaluate their original preference. Council will use that level of community support for the alternatives to determine for yourselves an agreed pathway forward. So this is not a referendum. You will take into account that community feedback, but ultimately you will need to make a decision on what is the right thing for the community, for the council. So I will talk a little about the options just so we're clear about them. Option 1 is essentially to continue as planned. We would restore the building and open it as a museum, so it includes the internal fit out as well. The cost estimate is 81.4 million plus, and this is set out in the paper, the exhibition cost. So when I talk about internal fit out, that means the walls, services, air conditioning, electricals, fire services and things like that. So the 81.4 million is all of the work required for the building that makes it safe for the public to enter as a public space. The exhibition is additional to that, and that's set out in the paper. I've got a bullet point on that. Under option 1, the building would be scheduled to reopen by the end of the building will be completed by the end of 2025. That assumes that there's no delays as we confirm the funding and no construction delays. So it could potentially be longer than that, but we're scheduled, if all things go well, for the building to be complete by end of 2025. We would then do the exhibition installation, so the museum itself would reopen in early 2026. Two key risks for this option, and there's more detail in the paper, but the first one is external funding. There is a funding gap of 28 million, and so we're proposing an additional 9 million from council. I do need to update that Ministry for Culture and Heritage have written this morning to advise that the Regional Culture and Heritage Fund have given strong indications of its willingness to consider a top-up of up to $4 million. That is subject, though, to revised project meeting their funding conditions and the primary purpose. So that's option 1. Even if we were successful with 4 plus 9, there's still a gap, and we would need to find that. And while we've had strong support from funders to complete the project, converting support into confirmed funding is going to be the challenge. Okay. Construction risk. The complexity and nature of the building means that there are potential cost increases. And I don't want to suggest that 81.4 is the guaranteed cost. There is the potential for further increases. Now, that is included in the assessment of the contingency, but nevertheless, I think we just need to be aware that that remains a risk. Option 2 is to stage the project. So essentially there would be 2 stages. The first stage would be all the work that's required to strengthen the building. That's been estimated at 54 million, which would require an additional $500,000 from council, plus any withdrawn funding. Based on Ministry of Culture and Heritage correspondence, I do think there is a risk around retaining their funding for stage 2. And so any withdrawn funding, council would need to step in to cover. So strengthening the building would mean that the building itself is structurally sound, it's watertight and has fire protection and security. The second stage would be to fundraise for the rest of the project and to carry out the internal fit out. So that's the internal services and to make it, an attractive, usable building that everybody can access with a cafe, ticketing, etc. So that gives us time to do the fundraising while still proceeding with the building restoration project as currently designed. The building would not reopen until after stage 2. So under this model, the museum would remain closed for at least until the end of stage 2. In terms of risks, just to summarise, external funding, it depends on retaining our stage 1 funding, and I have flagged, and I think that there is significant risk in that regard, and securing sufficient additional funds for the stage 2 of the project. Now, you've got time to do that stage 2 fundraising, but that remains, there's no guarantee that you would find it. The construction risk is essentially the same as option 1, in that while we're doing the work on the building, there is still the potential for unknown unknowns. And inflation, obviously. The cost for stage 2 will continue to increase because it's a future project. Option 3, postpone the project. Essentially, what that means is that the building stays closed. And that becomes, I'll talk about what that means in terms of your legal obligations. While you would investigate a new museum and gallery at a new site. So it's recognising that the current building and the current site is inherently problematic. It's very old, it does have high maintenance costs, and so looking at is it possible to have a new museum and gallery somewhere else. Under this model, all external funding would have to be returned. Our costs to date are estimated at about 10 million, but including remedial work. So you would have to do some work to make the building safe for passers-by and to prevent trespass. That is the minimum in terms of your legal obligations while you work out what the long-term plan is. And under the Building Act, this is probably the main issue with option 3. By 2024, because it's an earthquake-prone building, Council must get to 34% of new building standard or obtain an extension. So that is possible to extend that for one period of 10 years or to obtain an exemption from the Building Act. And I've set out what that would look like in the paper. The other alternative is to obtain a consent to demolish. I think that would be very difficult to obtain given its Category 1 status, but it's there for the sake of completeness. The risks with this option, legal obligations, you have to find a pathway to comply with the Building Act in the next 20 years. So while there is certainly an affordability, and this is the fundamental issue, there is an affordability question for option 1, proceeding now. But that affordability question stays with us into the future as well. And so I think that is the question is around the timing. You will continue to have the obligation to do some level of work to ensure your compliance with the Building Act. Funding. So future costs will continue to increase and there's no guarantee of external funding. And so I think, for example, the cost to build a new museum is significantly lower than the cost of the work to do option 1. However, when you take into account the 70% subsidy for option 1, that does change the picture quite significantly. So it's about $20,000 per square metre for option 1, but with the subsidy that drops down to around about $4,500, maybe $5,000. The cost for compliance for a new building is therefore comparable to our subsidised cost of the current building, assuming you can get funding. That's, these are the questions. I don't think you can compare apples and apples because you still have that future liability to comply with the Building Act and the costs of that. And reputation. So one of the issues that we are finding difficult at the moment is getting contractors to continue to refine the bid for option 1 because they are looking to see whether council intends to continue with the project. Returning the funding, when you've applied for funding and you return it, I do think that there will, for those particular funders, be concern about our ability to deliver. Notwithstanding that, you still need to make the decision that's right. And I don't want to suggest that any one of these risks is more or less important. They are a range of things that you will have to balance across all of the options. And access to the collection. So under option 3 and option 4, we don't have access to the collection unless there is a new museum. 34% new building standards. This is option 4. This option is really stepping back and saying a lot of our modelling has been on the basis of the original LTP plan, which was 70%, 80% new build standard. This option is saying, what if we were to step back and only do what's absolutely required to comply with the code, which would be 34%. It would seek to maintain the iconic facade, so I think that there is there's likely to be a lot of community support for particularly the facade of the building. I'm not sure, I'm sure you'll get through the consultation process community views on the building itself as distinct from the facade. But option 4 seeks to preserve that iconic view. The building would not open as a museum, so we'd be looking at a new museum site to be investigated. And the risks are feasibility. So we haven't done the design, the consenting, or the costing for this. So it could be a really great outcome, it could be a problematic outcome. We haven't done that work yet. Funding, future funding is yet to be identified, but you'll have the time to go do that work. Again, reputation, because again, this option does require us to cancel existing contracts with funders and contractors. So in terms of next steps, the proposed consultation timeframes, we're recommending a decision to consult be made at today's meeting. 17 May community consultation would open on the option, so we needed, a week is actually quite a very short time frame to develop all of the materials for opening up consultation, but we're targeting a week, so it would open on the 17th of May. Consultation period would run for a month, so it would close on the 14th of June, and on the 5th of July you would make your decision on the preferred outcome, on the preferred option, sorry. So if you were at that stage to choose option 1 or option 2, the next step would be we would need to confirm all of the external funding, noting that we don't have that for either option at this stage. And we would need to finalise the negotiations for the construction contract. We would then bring that back to you to approve. So there would be a further council decision on awarding the contract, and you would not make that until all of that funding is confirmed. So that could be, sometime away. I can't say when that would be. Options 3 and 4, if you were to choose either of those options at your July meeting, you would return all of the external funding, close out your existing contracts, including the exhibition. So that's been ticking along in the background. Delivery of the master plan is scheduled for June. So we would receive that. That's still good work. be useful into the future, but we wouldn't progress the next stage of that project at this time. And then the work to secure the building to make it safe. Under options 3 and 4, we would then start preparing options for next year's LTP. So that would be when we would do the further investigation in the business case to support what the next steps should be. Okay. So, are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Gina. Councillor Kiriopa.
Aroha mai. Thank you for that presentation. I was just interested with the option for staging the project that the building would not reopen until after it's been fit out, and I just wondered when you said, you know, it's an old building and so not a lot is known about it, and I know that in Clandon Park in London they actually are looking at opening an old building because that's actually a historical, well, that's part of the exhibition. You know, they're not actually going to restore a building, an old building that was burnt in a fire, but they're not going to restore it to its original state. They're actually going to open it so people can see how it was constructed. And I just wondered, has that been considered for the museum, that even though it won't be fit out how we want it to look eventually, could it be still opened and utilised and displayed as, you know, this is, with it as a feature being this is an old building and this is the materials they used, so it could be utilised as part of fundraising?
Part of the design does expose some aspects of it. So, for example, some of the historic baths in the area that is the cafe area have been exposed, and so we've been looking at ways to kind of show that as part of the finished design, although unfortunately it was sprayed with concrete, so it's not as attractive as it could be. But, you know, telling that story of the history of the building certainly can be done. That would not reduce the cost of the project, though, because the key issue is the health and safety and the structural integrity of the building.
Just if I may as well, councillors, stage 2 works would be required for the building to actually get a building warrant of fitness and make it available for public use. So no, it wouldn't be able to be used in the manner that others could elsewhere in the world.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. I might seek some indulgence because I've got a million questions. The next steps, you are aiming at a decision for the preferred option on July 5th. But at the beginning of your presentation, we talk about going carefully and not getting it wrong. I feel like we've done that, but right at the last, we feel like we're rushing that. But why are we aiming at July 5th?
Really, because we want to try and get as much Crown funding confirmed as we can before they break for the pre-election period. So 3 months before the general election in October, they will stop making funding decisions and so forth. So what we're trying to do is get in before that 3-month window. However, as I said, it does not, there would still be work to do on any of those options, and it does not preempt you. So under option 1 and 2, even if we got those Crown decisions around funding, we still need to do some fundraising. We would need to make an application to the Rotorua Trust. We may or may not get funding there, and I certainly don't want to overstate whether that's available. Even with support for that, we will still have a $5 million gap under the option 1 so far, so there is still fundraising to be done. So what we're trying to do is get certainty on the next steps, but there are still further decisions, and at each point, really up until you start construction, you have the opportunity to decide what to do. Once you start construction, though, it would be unreasonable to stop a project midway unless there was a catastrophe, because once you start, you really are committed to finishing the thing off. So, but prior to that point, there are a number of council decisions that still need to be taken.
Thank you, I understand that, but so the cut-off date, so you had to give me some indulgence around this. The cut-off date is July 14. The actual date, is that right?
That's the date that government pre-election period starts. I do not want to suggest that we will absolutely have all Crown funding confirmed before then, that only they can tell. They will have their own processes. So our risk mitigation is to get in there before the 14th of July, but those applications have yet to be processed by those funders.
So I think what you're saying, it'd be unrealistic to get a decision in 9 days given the scale of this project?
Well, we have been in close contact with all of them, keeping them updated. They're also all aware of the consultation process that we're going through. So the key thing for those government funders is the local community willing to continue or not. They're well briefed on the project. If we're carrying on with the project as it currently is, option one, well, they're familiar with what that looks like already. It's simply a case of processing the application. If we're going with something different, stage 2, for example, that would require a renegotiation, that will be more problematic. So the timeframes are what they are. The sooner we as a community can make a decision, the more certainty that we at the operational level will have in order to negotiate and make the applications that we need to make.
Okay. This question might be related, sorry, I'll start again. In your presentation and the wording and what's being noted, we talk about costs may escalate. Would it be unreasonable for us to assume, and in fact I would actually state it's probably prudent for us to understand that it will go over, and given we've had presentations on other projects around the country that have gone over, and our own experience around some of the projects that we've managed recently have all gone over. How do we assess the level of risk and cost? And I don't know that we know the answer, but this is aimed at Thomas, perhaps. You know, what are the implications of how much this will go over, and who carries the risk, and should it be the ratepayers? Is it a bunch of things in there?
I think the key thing is that the council would carry the risk of further cost escalations under option 1.
What are the chances of getting central government to carry that risk?
I would say that the challenge is that as we know, fundamentally that's a political question for the politicians in Wellington to determine, and ministers will make their decision. I do think that we are in constrained economic circumstances, and so that would be a difficult item to negotiate.
Yeah, I suspect you're right, but the difficult economic environment that we operate in is the same for our ratepayers, and I think we really need to understand where that risk, what that looks like. So I'll move on a little bit. Thomas, have you modelled the commitment as proposed in this against our debt ceiling and the potential overruns that I think will inevitably happen, what that happens to our debt ceiling, or how close we get to that, and we're in an environment with rising interest rates, at what point does our credit rating become at risk?
So, Councillor, first of all, the credit rating is quite a bit more complex than just one factor, and I think that I could spend probably hours talking about that aspect of it. But obviously, as our debt gets higher, the current credit rating would be under risk, and so our AA- rating would be at risk. With regards to the modelling, just remind Council that the 250% debt limit that we have is a self-imposed limit, and because we are a council with a credit rating, we actually are able to exceed that if you wish, with no significant implications with regards to our general funder, the local government funding agency. With regards to, therefore, where we're projected to go against our the debt limit in our LTP, you'll recall we have had discussions that we are forecast to get close to that in 2024, 2025, based on the existing long-term plan. But you'll also recall that we're not progressing at the same pace towards that debt limit because we're not spending as much on capital works, and also understanding what the impacts are of your current proposals out on the annual plan. And so the combination of those two mean that this is able to be fit into that existing program, assuming delays on projects and some projects not going ahead. I think what you need to be aware of, though, is that that's based on the numbers that are here, not based on what unknown escalations there could be. And it really is hard to determine that. And also, what this could do is, while it will take us close to that limit, it will therefore have the potential of restricting what you may or may not wish to do at the next LTP, which we're likely to start in the next 3 or 4 months. So yes, it can likely fit, but it will have implications. And I think if we progressed everything else as planned and we had escalations on this project, 10, 20, $30 million, it would push us over our self-imposed debt limit cap.
But not necessarily an implication on our debt rating.
With regards to our debt rating, the level of debt that we carry is one of many factors, as well as GDP of the area, social well-being of our area, and all the rest. The current credit rating that we have of AA- takes into account our LTP and where we are headed to be. And so therefore Fitch are comfortable of maintaining that rating based on our adherence to our LTP profiles. I can't guess as to what us exceeding that debt limit is in the future would have on our credit rating.
Thank you. I'll let somebody else have a turn.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Barker, and we have Councillor Waru, Councillor Maxwell, and then Councillor Patterson.
Kia ora. Thank you, Gina, for your report and all the work that you've done so far, and everybody else as well. It's been a tremendous journey before we even got to coming across this table. Just for clarity for those that might be listening, with the potential budget that we've struck at $81.4 million, can you just tell us what portion of that is fixed and what portion is unfixed, please?
That 81.4 includes contingency and costs to date. I think probably where the key area of risk is around the construction contract. So that 81.4 includes the proposed construction contract. 77% of that currently is fixed, but there is still an amount that's being negotiated, and our team is working to understand what work is made up in that, testing and challenging the contractor around how those numbers are being estimated. So there is still some risk, but that has been built into the overall 81.4. So that includes the contingency. What we don't know is once we start the building, particularly around the roof, for example, once we start taking the roof off, whether there's any unknown cost escalations at that point.
So that 23% that is not fixed is where potentially some of the cost overruns could come, potentially when they take the roof off and all those kinds of things.
So the way in which the contract is made up is you have your head contract and then you have your subcontractors underneath that, and so every single one of those needs to be understood and tested and challenged by our project management team, our quantity surveyors. The amount that is unfixed, that's based on scope that we've given them. as anyone who's done a major project knows, it's the things that are out of scope that you didn't anticipate. Those are not covered in the unfixed portion. So that's additional. We've done a huge amount of work to understand the integrity of the building, but that does not mean that there are things, there are still things yet to be found when we take the roof off. We may have a wonderful experience when nothing goes wrong. Wouldn't that be great? But certainly, in terms of our planning and the way in which we approach the building, we have to be really careful around what is known and what is not known. There are some elements of the building that we will not know until we start construction.
Thank you. That's clarified. Can I have a supplementary as well? Thank you. So it's in option 1, it's stated that $24.5 would be Rotorua Lakes contribution, potentially a grant application to Rotorua Trust of 5, further funding of 5 needed. So there's 10 that's not really tied down. So it could be up to 34.5 if we don't get those funding, plus overrunner costs. When we go out for consultation, if we decide to today, will those figures be available, made clear to the public as well, so they understand the implications of this choice of option 1? Thank you.
We have Councillor Waru, followed by Maxwell and then Patterson.
Tēnā koe te marukura. Tēnā koutou, Stuart, Amy, Gina, Thomas, kia ora. Popular kaupapa. I'm just wanting to ask around the contingency. What percentage is the contingency of the total project?
Councillor, that's probably not something we'll share in this meeting, because obviously we've got a draft contract in place, and we don't normally like to let our contractors know what our contingency is, because it gives them a target to aim for. All we can say is that the contingency provided is on the recommendation of experts. I think you need to be aware that obviously we've signalled that may not be enough. I think just coming back to Councillor Barker's question before, with regards to the 78% fixed, 22% non-fixed, I think that reflects obviously partly the contractor's risk assessment as well, with regards to their unwillingness to fix that portion of the contract. And that's obviously doesn't mean that if the assessment there is wrong, that the budget would blow out 22% or change 22%. One thing could have quite a significant monetary impact.
Thank you. Just for you, Madam Chair. Apologies for that question. I'll withdraw that. It's a bit cheeky. But bueno, tēnā koe. Has there been any work done around, I want to flip it as an investment opportunity, around employment opportunities that could come from this, the mahi required, and also at the end of it, what would the asset value be on the books if we were to go with option 1?
Could you just clarify what you mean in terms of opportunities around employment? Do you mean in terms of partnering with the different...
Yes, well, the locals, in terms of local providers of materials, services, all that kind of stuff, because I think, that comes into account, I take that into account too when I'm thinking about these things. So, yeah, if you can answer that, or
yes.
Any thoughts around that?
Where is that? It might be in the background information, actually. So in the appendix to the main paper,
I didn't pick that up. That's
is an attachment, and it should be on page 13 of this paper. I'm not sure what that is in the agenda, but page 13 of this paper, which talks about the number of visitors. And then on page...
I'm happy to pick that couple up after.
I think from a procurement of subcontractors, obviously we want the head contractor to take as many subcontractors as possible from within our region. What we have seen in the past, though, is sometimes you do have to have that balance of bringing some out of town, because Sometimes it does drive the cost up, and as well as there are some subcontracting services involved in here where unfortunately Rotorua wouldn't have the expertise and so would naturally have to be brought in. But we wouldn't be able to give you a number with regards to how many local contractors or jobs would be created from the construction element of it.
Well, on that thing too, can I just go into the other question I asked around the asset value?
So from an accounting perspective, the asset value would be recognised as the final construction cost.
Kia ora, that sort of gets my mind spinning. And just one last question, sorry, and it's in regards to materials. So I understand that the building itself is a heritage building. I'm guessing there's some things in place where they're asking you to, or asking us to stay within sort of something close to the original materials that were used to construct the building. In that regard, how much flex do we have in terms of materials that can be used?
We're required to use materials that are as near as practicable to the original. Obviously, we wouldn't, there are some inherent strength issues with the original materials, so there will be departure from the originals because it's just not prudent in terms of the seismic strengthening that's required. In terms of the earlier question, Bill estimated that when open, the Whare Taonga generated over 110 FTEs ongoing. That's directly through staff employment and indirectly by generating work for service providers along the value chain. That's probably the most important.
Thank you, Gina. I must have missed that in the report.
It's not in the original, but we have done that work, 110 FTEs.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. Thank you, Gina and the whānau that are here. The approved current LTP, which is approved, came with strong recommendations from the community. I think that's still there too. And the museum itself, as you said in your preamble earlier, on gifted land from Ngāti Whakaue. The question I'm coming to is, so we must go out to consultation because of the extra we're asking from them. I'm not sure if the question's for here or it might be for our own, but are we going to get the opportunity to go out for consultation with our approved option?
So all four options will be in the public arena. So, and really what we're consulting on is, are we deviating from the LTP project? So option one has to be, we have option one, are we still committed to it given the change in circumstances? Yeah. That's the question we're asking, so that information will be there.
Are we going to get that chance today to talk about and debate our option that we want to go forward with?
I'll just get Una to perhaps clarify the process. Yeah.
So through you, Madam Chair, today what we require from you is a decision to go out and consult. And just like Gina has explained, the premise of the question is there is a current project in the LTP that had a funding envelope that looks to be, well, as it's been presented, significantly different. So does the community still support that? What we are putting forward, though, is that in understanding all of those costs, there are some alternatives, and it wouldn't be prudent not to put those alternatives forward for the community. So at this point, the decision is purely to go out and consult. It is not putting you as a council into a position at the moment for you to make any decision at this point on what your preferred option may be. That will come once you have completed that community consultation phase.
Thank you for that explanation. So then, can I comment on the recommendation there on C then? Because if we're not going to do that, there are 4 possible options going forward or backwards. Can that be added?
Not
because
quite.
there are
Sorry.
the two there is going backwards from our approved, the current LTP.
The purpose of all of this is to ensure that our community is able to have a say, and given the significant change since the last time where we consulted them in 2018, it is prudent to allow all options at the table. Just checking, do you have any further questions before we? No. Okay, we'll go Councillor Patterson and then Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. Great report again. I know we've had a kōrero about this already previously, so I'd like to ask this question of Stuart, if I may. When we talked about one of the biggest challenges facing us going forward with this building, it was to do with the roof. 500 tonnes, I believe it weighs, which is a significant amount. We talked about what would happen if we took the roof off, and potentially I made a suggestion of putting on a more modern, lighter weight material. The comment you made was, if I recall correctly, that would actually make no difference to the structural strength of the building. So my question is, why are we bothering to take the roof off?
We're taking the roof off for a couple of reasons. The first one is the roof is used by it's been up there since the 60s. It needs replacing. Secondly, the roof needs to come off. We need to put a diaphragm on, because the diaphragm for the roof structure is the reason why it come off.
That's the strength. You're correct, right? Diaphragm, just people heard that. Questions. We're talking about reducing, or should I say, the previous council approved reducing the strength of the building to 70% of the national building standard. And some of the options laid out here talk about the potential of, of investigating an option for a museum or art gallery, who would end up paying for that if we decided to go down that road? As far as the actual investigation.
So, sorry, just to clarify, if you were to proceed with the 81, that number would change to reflect how successful we were with regards to external providers to fill the gap, and we would adjust that number to see what came in, who pulled out, and what contribution RLC would need to put in.
Thanks for that. I was just trying to get it in my head for the ratepayer so that when we're saying the rate is going to be this at the end of July, it's going to include all of this. Is that right? Sorry, the end of June.
No, the annual plan will not reflect this because, as you recall, the consultation on this is scheduled to be completed on the 5th of July. You will have adopted, hopefully, an annual plan before then.
Excellent. Yep. Right. Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through the Chair. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you to everyone else here today. Could I just ask, in our pre-election report prepared by the executive team, it states under the heading, on page 25, under the subheading facts, 100% or 9.5 million of the planned exhibition project cost is being funded externally. Could I ask, under stage 1 and 2, is that 9.5/10 million, I presume, with inflation still roughly in the ballpark, or is that going to be relooked at? Thank you, Your Worship.
That we have not revised that figure to address the various options. So assuming that we continue on with option 1, the current budgeted amount for that is 9.5. We've confirmed 4.1 million, and we're still fundraising for the balance of that.
Thank you, Gina. So sorry, the 4.1, is that the money that was guaranteed by Plenty Regional Council, or it is?
It is. Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te manuka. Thank you for your indulgence. I promise just one question. Kia kōrero mo te whenua rāhui o Ngāti Whakaue. So if things are happening there and we decide to change the purpose of what the museum is there to do, and its education as well, does that trigger anything under the Reserves Act or partial whakahoki ka mai o te whenua?
It would still remain a reserve, and it would still be government gardens, which is what it's currently held for. So my own view is it probably wouldn't trigger that. We haven't looked into that in great detail, but it's held as government gardens rather than as just the museum.
Thank you.
Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Your Worship. A lot of questions today. Unfortunately, Councillor Waru and Councillor O'Brien asked my first two around the gifted lands and then the exhibition design and installation costs, and I assume that that detail will be included in the option under the option 1 consultation as well.
Yes, it is.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Okay, my third question was just around option 3 and option 4. I note that there's a bit of an overlap and some similarities, and I just know that with the complexity of these options and the consultation that we're going out, I guess almost like the wave of information that we'll be providing and the background around these decisions, is there any possibility maybe to simplify it and maybe merge option 3 and 4?
No. Option 3 is obviously facading it and getting permission from the government. Have I got around the wrong way? One option is to obviously facade it and to not strengthen it and seek permission to get an exemption and obviously strengthen a few elements of it to protect the public getting close to it. The other is to actually do some form of strengthening work whereby the building moves from being prone to risk, which does give options available for its future use. But the other option of facading it, you would not be able to use the building.
Any further question? We've got Sorry, are you all finished, Councillor Wing?
Sorry, yes, thank you.
Okay, we've got Councillor Kaifong, Councillor Lee, and then Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of the options, there's a table in the paper that was provided to us. And just because we're going to go out for consultation, just wondering if it's possible to give a bit more of a vision or some detail for the public so that they obviously have the vision in mind of what a restored bathhouse museum would look like in its current position. But what would a potential, new museum, art gallery, look like if we had I'll call it a straw museum, a straw pile, straw man, so that we can give a bit more detail to the community when they're actually assessing options?
So the approach we've taken is that we have consultation options, but we have not business cased and done the detailed design to support each of those options, because what we're working on is option 1 under the LTP. So that level of detailed work is what we would do for the LTP stage. I mean, elected members might have their own view around what they would like to see, but the organisation hasn't done their work at this stage.
Okay, just a follow-up question, Chair. Just in around the consultation then, so we did have an original motion, recommendation in the motion, which was that the committee directs the staff to commence that community consultation, and I'm going back to the point that Councillor Brown was making before, is that given that this will be the second time that we're going out for community consultation, I think that we need to get this right, and that I note your comment that we needed to get in before the government shut down its operations or in the pre-election period. But is there an opportunity for councillors to have more of a say, if you like, in terms of the consultation document, the format, the content, and perhaps the opportunity for you to do some more work around getting some of those costs so that we've got as much information as possible for the community?
I just want to draw your attention to point 4 on this. So based on some feedback from councillors and the exact same point that you have raised, Councillor Kaifong, of the need to get this right, but also ensure that we're not only going out with options, but ensuring that there's enough information, and you're correct, enough aspiration as well. So the council will get the opportunity to endorse the consultation document ahead of the consultation commencing on the 17th of May. So that is a very quick time frame, but based on whether the committee does support this going to consultation today, that consultation document will then be produced, circulated to councillors, and that's an opportunity for us to provide any further feedback or seek any further information to be included in there. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I suppose my question was really, can we extend it beyond that? Because I think that that's pretty much of a rush. We're at the 10th of May already. That is for the staff to turn that round. That is for councillors to have the opportunity to peruse or provide feedback into any draft consultation document, and then it's effectively going out on the 7th. I'm just not sure that that's actually doable. Maybe it's the word.
It's not with it.
Very fair point.
It is for the elected members to decide whether they want to proceed with consultation. I think the key thing from a staff perspective is that that has consequences, and it's one of the key issues is the ability to confirm central government funding. So if we don't have that essentially determined before this current election, it will probably be at least a year before. We don't know if we'll be dealing with the same government, whether they'll have the same funding approach. That would have significant consequences in terms of our ability to confirm the funding.
Clarification, I thought we already had confirmed government funding already for option 1 and 2. It's the additional funding that's not confirmed, and that's not...
No, we've had, what we've said is that we're targeting a certain amount. Ministry of Culture and Heritage have indicated this morning they're very supportive of the potential $4 million, but they will not make final decisions until the council is clear about its position.
At what stage will that additional funding be required? So if there's, so I think if I elaborate on Councillor Kaifong's point, and correct me if I'm wrong, we would have enough there to certainly start works if it does come back from the community that they wish to have option 1, and then at that stage it would be an opportunity to go back to Minister of, understanding there's a tight time frame before the election, but if there was a business case there and obviously a reason why they supported, then they would potentially still support after the election, bearing in mind that this will be at least a 2-year build program that does not require the money all at once.
It doesn't require the money, but we would not be recommending that you enter into a construction contract unless all of your funding is confirmed. Because once you commit to the construction, that's when, even though you don't spend it immediately, your legal obligation starts then, and if you don't have that funding confirmed, you are left to hold the can and the risk on that. But so you could take that approach. The risk would be, though, that if you don't get that external funding, you're committed. Yeah.
Perhaps we'll continue with the questions while we consider this. I did just ask if perhaps it could be delayed to the council meeting at the end of the month, bearing in mind that that will put time pressure on. But we'll take questions from Councillor Lee and then Councillor Patterson. Before we put it to the vote, though, we'll finalise that point for date. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd just like to signal I share Councillor Brown and Councillor Kaifong's concerns about rushing this at the last hurdle. We're a bit concerned about the reason for doing so, being hoping for a better outcome from the existing government, I suppose. I would just like to ask a few questions, perhaps for the benefit of the community, as much as anything. My first question is that this is a Class 1 heritage building, so that being the case, under no circumstances is it contemplated that this building would be demolished and taken from Rotorua's skyline. Is that correct?
I think, look, I can't preempt what a future council might decide to apply for. I think your chances of getting a consent are virtually non-existent.
Yeah. So that's off the table for us to make a decision.
I would recommend that it not be investigated. It's there for the sake of completeness, but I don't think it's a feasible option.
Okay. So the public might not be aware of NBS New Building Standard. So there were some significant changes made to the building code over the last, well, since the 2010 earthquake, since the Kaikoura earthquake. So new building standard, if we were to build a new museum or any building today, that would have to be 100% of the new building standard. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm wondering, and I don't know whether you're in a position or your colleagues over there are in a position to answer this question. Obviously, when the museum was built in 1908 originally, the building code such as it was then was rather different. Could anyone give an indication of what percentage of new building standard the museum might have attained in its original condition?
So that's the assessment that you have, the detailed seismic assessment, and it's 19% of current NPS.
And so does that not was that not affected by the Kaikoura earthquake? That is against the new National Building Standard codes. Yep. For the construction of the building, so it hasn't deteriorated as a result of the Kaikoura earthquake.
No, I guess. Sorry, the angle that you're asking is that I guess before the NBS was strengthened post Christchurch, it had a different specification, and therefore it might have been stronger against that. That kind of has no relevance to this because we have to go against the current NBS, and we know based on the time and money and the professionals that we've used that it is 19%.
So, Thomas, you've had the benefit of the recommendation of experts as in relation to allowing for some contingency in this. Is it a rude question to ask who these experts are and whether council may have an opportunity to hear from these experts?
So it is in your pack, councillor, and with regards to, obviously, we're using Opus, we've used Tonkin and Taylor, the leading seismic engineers in the country, de jure, who are, there is a professional panel of people, and all the advice is coming from them. I think it was on slide 9 in the pack, and so it should be available in your Stella.
Have we had the input of local developers in this at all, or experts in that from that perspective?
We've had a number of views volunteered and offered to us to support us.
You're not short of good advice?
It's not for me to comment on that, but we've certainly had a number of, in addition to the technical experts listed in the pack, we've also had peer reviews consistently, and we have also been speaking to members of the community with particular expertise.
I'm wondering if it would be helpful for the council if we had the opportunity to hear from some of those local experts.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I think the kaupapa is in the report. I mean, we're just going to get the same kōrero from those consultants as was in the report there, I believe so. This with respect to Councillor Lee.
Councillor Walu, how is that a point of order?
Well, you're not on the kaupapa. Kia ora.
Yeah, sorry. I think we are labouring on a little bit. We just have one final question from a councillor before proceeding forward. Were there any final urgent points you wanted to ask, Councillor Lee?
I would simply like at this stage to encourage Councillor Brown, if he has any further questions. This is a really important big deal, to take the opportunity to do so. I assume our chair would be lenient.
Okay, we will move on now. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to echo Deputy Mayor Kai Fong's concerns about the consultation. At a number of meetings that I've attended regarding the annual plan, the feedback from the public is this is confusing because it's not in layman's terms. I'm not being rude, but a lot of people found this confusing. So if we're going out on an important issue like this, which is a big chunk of money that we're looking at, and something that's really important to our people, can I just make a suggestion that if we are going to be doing this kōrero and get a chance to have a look, I wasn't aware that we're going to, I missed that point, that we're getting a chance to have a look at it, that perhaps, giving yourselves a few more days to get it right might be in your best advantage.
And if I can just wrap up that point, and apologies, I've been quickly seeking advice from Una. We are able to move that 1 week to 24th of May and still reach the timelines, if that would be more suitable for councillors.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Are we still on questions or are we on comments?
Yes, questions.
Kia ora.
And I'll just get Una to comment on to the 24th. I'll get Una to comment, please.
So through you, Madam Chair. So just having a look at the dates, we could push out the commencement of consultation to the 24th to reassure everybody on the content of the consultation document. I guess the consequence of that is to get an agenda item on the 5th of July meeting, which you would then be looking at your feedback. The actual content of that feedback will not be available on your agenda. Remember, your agendas are published a week beforehand, so I would have to beg your indulgence that that deliberations report is provided to you, and it could be, depending on how much feedback there is, only a day or two before the meeting. So that would be the consequence of going out a week later, but that would give you the reassurance of the consultation document being along the lines that you wish to see and you're comfortable with. But there would be a consequence in terms of the timing that we would be able to get a decision-making feedback report back to you for a 5 July meeting to make that 14th of July deadline with the government.
Okay, we've got, and we are getting well over time now, so if you could please keep any further questions very succinct. I've got Councillor O'Brien, Councillor Barker and then Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I am aware of standing orders, so I appreciate your leniency in this matter, letting me speak again. Thomas and Jenna, could I just clarify, now on option 1 we have cost envelope 81.4 million, and then under that exhibition design and install is additional. So can I go back again to the pre-election report, and I appreciate that that's 7 to 8 months old and inflation will have impacted. Now, if it's budgeted at 10 million here, is it safe to say that when you say exhibition design and install is additional, it's the $10 million basically on top? Is that fair? Or so if we're saying it's 81, yes, and then we're saying it's 10 million in here, yes, roughly, approximately, if we say 10.
The final exhibition cost, whether it's 10 million, 9 million, 11 million, will be on top of the construction costs that we're talking about. Yes.
Thank you, but we have approximately about 10 million because I presume you've done design work, and if you're not altering it, it'll be in that ballpark.
And Stuart could probably update, or Gina, but yes, that work's currently underway.
So the master plan is currently being developed now, which is sort of an overview of what it will look like. That's for delivery in June. So that's a portion of the work, but we're targeting 10 million. The amount that we get externally funded is the amount that we will have.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leniency on this matter. It was actually just what we're going to be moving next, number 4. The wording perhaps could reflect better that we would like to discuss rather than endorse, because it's our opportunity to have a look at the document and actually have some say around if we are happy with the content rather than just endorsing.
So we will literally straight after this meeting up until then have the opportunity to discuss it, but the significance is we do need to endorse it or approve it by that date at the latest. So that won't be the date that we have a conversation about it, that will be the date that we have been able to see and receive the draft from staff and also provide me feedback, if that reassures you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence once again. This is a newbie question. Given the risk that I perceive around this, particularly around funding and overruns in construction, would it be appropriate to run it past the Audit and Risk Committee? How would that work?
There is a Audit and Risk Committee on the 15th of May. Yes, we could bring this to the agenda for that if you wish.
Well, it seems...
Yeah.
We haven't been able to talk today about the contingency and the way the contingency has actually been set. I think you've heard today that the total quantum that has actually been put forward has actually been subject to the QS actually looking closely at the amounts that should be actually made available for the different elements that are not fixed, and then Treasury standards have actually been applied to that as well. So the opportunity that you actually have within the Risk and Audit Committee meeting is within a confidential discussion to ask the question, so how much risk has been mitigated through the way that the total sum of the contract has actually been assessed?
Just to note, we don't have any independent members on the Audit and Risk Committee yet, so it would simply be a smaller committee of the whole.
Sorry, that was just on the contingency though, wasn't it?
Well, just the overall risk of the project and what that means. So, sorry, Jeff, is that a yes, or you think that would be a good thing?
Sorry, the key mitigation to the risk of the project is actually the
the way in which the unfixed portion of the contract has been looked at, how the potential cost has been evaluated, and the setting of a prudent contingency to take into account any movement that may happen within that unfixed portion. So it's really digging into the assumptions and understandings that have actually driven the number that you're looking at today of 80 point something or other out the back end of it. So the answer is definitely yes.
And once we receive the community consultation back and have a preferred option, then that would certainly be the time as well, ongoing from an operational perspective, to be continuing to monitor the risk, Ms. Jess. Any further question, Councillor Barrow? All good? That seems all good. Okay, so I just have a quick question before we wrap this up. The benefits, costs and risk are an important part for the community to be able to consider. However, there is a perception of the community that the museum is a really good income and profit. However, unfortunately, we do know that museums do not make money. So what is the cost to run the museum in terms of the profit, but then also the expense? And can we have information like that also provided in the consultation document? Because we are focusing a lot on the initial cost of restoration or whatever that may look like. However, there is a true cost to the community of, once that's completed, what will that ongoing cost be for them, and that burden on either the rates or on debt locally.
So the team have done some modelling going forward of what it would expect it to be run going forward. But historically, I can talk about, obviously before it was closed, it cost roughly $5 million a year to operate. That was obviously the staff as well as all the operational costs, and about half of that came from rates and half of that came from user fees. So no, we're not predominantly in the business of running things at a profit, and so that's roughly the same funding percentage that we'd look to do going forward on the new operating model.
And just for comparison, our current year budget for the museum function is just over $2 million. So that's an existing cost even with the building closed. So it includes care of the collection, off-site storage, etc.
Thank you very much. Look, we'll conclude the questions here. Just remember that we are only deciding today on going out for consultations of those 4 options. I think it's very important that the community gets an opportunity to have a say, given that there has been a significant increase in costs. And I do believe that it is very good of us to also be providing alternative options to the community for them to consider at this stage as well. So I just want to clarify that that point 4 is up there. If we could please change that date to the 24th of May. And we will get staff to start producing that consultation document, and we will ensure that that is circulated and feedback from the councillors, so that we are going out to the community with good information for them to provide their feedback on. So I'll ask for a mover and a seconder. I won't get that all read out. You have read it yourselves. Councillor Waru's moved, seconded by Councillor Wang. The only addition is, of course, that point 4. Look, I think we've had a lot of discussion on this. I'm mindful we do also have an important meeting with some partners at 2:30, plus we need to get through the rest of our agenda and have some quick lunch. So I actually suggest that we've had plenty of discussion amongst the questions. I will hold the comments and we will now put that to the vote. I don't think we are required to have any further debate or comments on this. Remember, it will come back to us after the community consultation for us to then be able to put our views on this.
And to support that going out, because I think something that should go out so that it's only the one take on that consultation is the museum. And Councillor Kaifong mentioned about a new museum, so that people are aware, if whatever option they might tick for, that a new museum and new land, no guarantee that whakauia land is available anymore, that's included in the consultation, so people are really well informed, I think.
Yeah, so Councillor Maxwell, it's okay. We will receive that consultation document in point 4 ahead of the consultation commencing, so you will have the opportunity to see that on 24th of May. We have that moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Wang. I'll put this to the vote that we go out for consultation on the 4 options with point 3 and point 4 as well. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you to those who attended in the public gallery. I want to acknowledge Honourable Steve Chadwick, our previous Mayor, and also Rangatira Ken Rodati. Thank you for taking the time to be here. We will now take a short... We'll go into public excluded session, then we'll take a short lunch break. May I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Kaifong. I do want to advise we have 3 items for consideration. The confidential minutes from the previous meeting, 1 Council Phase 2 Contract Approval 1637 ERP System Implementation Technology 1, and also Contract 20047 Recommendation to Award Vaughan Road Shared Path Package 02 Tengai Road to Forest, Rotorua Forest Haulage and Stormwater Renewals Contract. The reasons for needing to go into confidential for this is to enable commercial and industrial negotiations and commercial sensitivity. We have a mover and a seconder for that. I put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Look, I think staff need enough time to be able to get lunch as well, so would half an hour be enough? Do you need longer? Half an hour. So we will conclude this meeting at 2:15. Sorry, we will reconvene it. I am mindful we have that 2:30 meeting, but we will, yeah. But they should be pretty straightforward.